All right, let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to game 23 of Scrabblemania 3.0, happening in Monrovia, Liberia. Here on your screens, we have Abdulmumin Jimo going against Jonathan Weasley. And joining me later on in the commentary booth, I will have Pasfine Chikere rather joining me soon. All right, focusing on the game now. HHINNW. A quick update on the standings so far. We have Abdul Mumin topping with 18 wins and 4 losses. In second place, Owolabi Lukman, the Westpa chairman, is on 16 wins to 6 losses. And with 8 games to go today, let's see if Mumin can maintain the top spot. All right, we are saying HWAN
Time is
come
not
down for Mumin.
working. Just long it.
All right, it's back to Jonathan, the Liberian with Peteoar. I believe that's operates on his rack, and with the last move, sorry, the first move from Mumin, that should definitely drop on this board. He has it lined up, I believe. Oh, okay, not quite, but Jonathan Weasley is a pretty strong player from Liberia. He's currently sixth rated in Liberia. So okay, we see him playing ORE instead. I believe that would be a miss unless I'm mixing up his rack. Looking at your screens, operate would have fit quite nicely to the left hand side of HWAN. I'm unsure how to pronounce that, but back to Momain with BHINGLY. Okay, I must have mixed up the rack there. It was ORETARE for Jonathan.
It's
All right, we're seeing a very nice move from Abdul Mumin there, having HIGLBIN and highly there scores 30 solid points. Back to Jonathan with VATERAM. Okay, we saw a quick play of VAT there. Um, all things being equal, I believe he had Viameter available to play in that turn. He would have fit here through the eye in highly for 65 points. I think we're seeing the first miss of the day there from Jonathan. All right, but we see VAT comes down and it's Momin now with Bowrinc. Okay, we see him going for BOWR to change BLORE. That seems pretty standard. He could have retained the R if he wanted, but he's playing out as much tiles as he can on this turn. Jonathan with AUEMAER. Right now, not a lot of options. We see him set aside AUE, but EAU would be perhaps one of his options here. Okay, but we see him going for MAA instead. AUER is not the best of leaves, but I guess he's just trying to score as much points as he can on this turn. Scores right now is Mumin's 80 to Jonathan's 67. And it's back to Mumin with LYINCNE. Given the way the board is shaped, not a lot of inspiring options. You can see him set aside NYE, most likely looking to play that above the spot here. That would score, pretty decently, scoring 24 points and still keep things closed and still maintaining his lead. All right, I think Pass Fine is live with me here in the commentary booth. Say hi to the viewers, please.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's nice to be here once again. Thank you, Phil, for letting me on.
All right. Thanks for joining us. So far, it's been a pretty, slow and steady game. Not a lot has been, happened here in this game so far. Although we did see a miss from Jonathan, he had a diameter to the eye in highly earlier in the game. But still, there's a lot of Scrabble left, and let's see what happens. So we see NYE come down, and Mumin is extending his lead just a bit further with almost 40 points. Jonathan now with Ecusare. Okay, provided he can spot his 7 letter bingo, he has Cesurae, Cesurae, I believe, which would play hooking the last move of Mumin, the NYES hook there. But it seems he's opting for this option here, playing it a bit more defensively. This doesn't take back hook S, so this is a bit more defensive. Although yes, it exposes floaters, but playing Sesurahi here would give back just way too much to your opponent on that lane. So, pretty understandable choice there.
That's it. Please believe it. Okay.
Okay, we're seeing a pretty fast play from Mumin. Clicked is the stellar play there. You just have to play out your cue as soon as you can, scoring 38 points. Jonathan with Palutag. And right now, the scores are Mumin's 142 to Wesley's 138. Okay, we see PAL come down there for Jonathan. Exposing the L there is not the biggest of worries, so that is pretty understandable. Momain with a rank of Nonexit. One of his stellar plays here would be Detox. Seems pretty standard. Detox here would score quite well. So that might be something is worth considering. Apologies for my ex. Still getting the hang of the telestrator there, but Detox is the move he might consider. And if he wants to retain his ex, Narcotine or Narcotine through the ARC would be a beautiful find. Narcotine right here would be really, really nice for Mumin. Okay, we see him go for Exiton instead, or Exiton. Still pretty neat there. 34 points and retaining the N and playing out as much tiles as he can. There is still the blank or both blanks on scene. So that's pretty neat from Mumin. Scores are 176 to Wesley's 155. We apologize for the late scores updates, boss. We are trying to have that fixed as soon as possible. Thank you, Sonny Joe, joining us in the chat and bringing our attention to that. Okay, Wesley, wasting no time playing Funga out there from Iraq of Fugazet. Fungal scores 42 nice points, retaining his Z, which can do a lot of damage later on. Back to Mumin. The Exciton move seems to have paid off as he has drawn into the first blank of the game with a rack of OBIIAN blank. Off the top of my head, I can see words like ANOBIID, I think, but on this board that would not fit. Obsidian is the move, and we can see he's wasting no time putting that down on the board for 76 points, provided he designates his blank as the S. That would be Obsidian. Really nice find from Momain. That was the only bingo available for him on that turn. Scores are Momin's 252 to Wesley's 197, about a 60-point lead there. Jonathan now playing DOT, still retaining his Z, hoping to do some damage with that later on. Something worth considering perhaps if he wants to be a bit reckless would be DZO. Oh, apologies. DZO here scores over 40 points, but that would expose way too much to the opponent. So I understand why he's hellbent on retaining the Z, perhaps waiting for the right moment to cash in for a lot of points. Mumin with DOFTEDA. Still three S's on scene, one blank still on scene. I have a feeling we would have, a lot of drama as we are approaching the end game because there's still so many plays that can be made with the unseen pool, the J, the K, the Z, the blank, and three S's. And, this is halfway already. So I believe we would still see a lot of drama later on. All right, we see Moment keeping things really defensive. Is going for Fjord at the bottom right corner of the board. That's pretty understandable. You have a slight lead. You might as well keep things pretty tight. Fjord scores 27 points and it's back to Wesley. Okay, we saw a very quick play of Bozo there, uh, scoring 45 points, I believe. All right, we are seeing a bingo coming down for Abdul Mumin. Dato lights spotted very, very quickly.
Yeah, we were not expecting Lex. Does Mumin ever miss a bingo?
I mean, it's only human though, so I, however slim it might be, I think a couple of times it might, but most times we see him spotting really, really strange bingos and, plunking them down immediately.
Yeah, that's more like him, and it's really nice to see him. Sometimes it doesn't take much time to think about it. It's more like when he pick a tie, if there is no bingo on the seven ties, he knows the float he will need because he didn't take time to see the data lights when Jonathan played Bozo. It's really nice to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure when he had that rack, he must have been hoping for a floating O. And as soon as Jonathan played Bozo, I'm sure he was relieved seeing that O coming down on the board. So Jonathan now it's
Yeah.
Orerenent rather. Not a lot of options. Maybe just maybe with the score deficit, you want to start creating a lot of imbalance in the game. So maybe ORE is worth considering, trying to balance your tiles and open up the board. I believe
Yeah,
this would set up the T.
for Toya, yeah, that's because given the fact that he's trailing at the moment, so he needs to, and Moomin is trying to block the board so that he will not have an easy run with a bingo. So playing or at the YER, making oil for a float there, I think it would be worth it.
Yeah. But it's still risky. But at this stage of the game, we can see the scores are Momin's 339 to is 260, about a 79-point deficit. And the left hand side of the board is, I can say, is completely shut down because that V has caused a lot of issues. Nothing can overlap here. Even sevens can't fit here. So he needs to start opening up the board as well as he can.
Okay, I think playing out there is also nice and more safer.
Yeah, I think this sort of move is pretty neat because I think this fits for a seven here. If I can count correctly, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, a seven-letter bingo can fit to the left-hand side of that play. So maybe that's what he's looking to do later on.
Yeah, but I don't think he will come back to meet it.
Of
Yeah,
of
if he were
course.
mean, I don't think he will allow him to make it. But it's worth trying, though. It's worth
Yeah, you just
trying.
have to try. And the thing with that move, we can see Mumin setting up JIV blank S. Jives would play down here for 77 points. So,
Point.
ouch.
And that will automatically block the because he had eye float, the exciting eye. that was there for him to play a bingo if possible. So I think that was the only place he could play a bingo on that board. But if Mumin plays jives, that means everywhere. It will take a miracle for him. Maybe he wants to do 9 or 10 letter words.
Yeah. Although I see someone in the chat pointing out that no is still locking this SNAW and GNAW. That totally evaded me. So I think that's something Jonathan is still banking on.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. But take Mumin taking
And
this jive score, I don't think even if he plays his bingo there, I don't think he's going to come close to Mumin because playing bingo at that top, dropping his ace at the NAW, that means Mumin will cash on it because he's going to open that triple word score as well. So Mumin will take at least half
exactly.
of his score, depending on what he draws from the back.
Yeah, we can see the scores 416 to Jonathan's 274. Even though he has bingos available right now, Uniters or Triunes, I believe, would fit to Snob. As you rightfully mentioned there, after that move, all Mumin has to do is just take his score up there. Even just the 30 is pretty decent, and the board still remains blocked after that. So the Datolite and the Jives coming down back to back was a crusher, if you ask me.
Yes, it was indeed. And I think with the way the board is and the tiles left in the bag, I think this one is a done deal for me.
Well said. All right, Jonathan going for Uniters. The best he can do there, scoring 68 points. And that would empty the bag. After that, he's going to pick four tiles in the bag. And we can say for a fact that even though that score 68 points, inching him closer, it's a gone game.
Yeah. Um, and we were not expecting less, though with Scrabble from me, because he's, I think, the most rated player in this tournament. And he has been doing well, and also the top. I think he's on the top in this tournament as well. So I think he's doing well. While Wesley Jonathan is on sixth position. It was a good fight though, but I think uh, um
Yeah.
from this side, Jimo did better.
Yes, indeed. The miss of Viameter earlier in the game would have changed the dynamics entirely. And maybe if that happened, things would have turned out differently. But it is Scrabble, and we saw Jimo playing really, really accurately, spotting his bingos as soon as they came, going for his highest moves and playing out a lot of tiles. It's worth noting now, when he made the exciting move, that was when he picked the first blank. And when he played Datolite too, was when he picked the second blank. So I guess the ideology of playing out as much tiles as he can, worked out well for Abdul Mumin here.
Yeah, it really did.
All right, it's back to Momin with MNGIPSK. He has KIP for 43 points, but I'm surprised is missing that. The irony when we have been hyping up Gmo and his incredible plays, we are seeing him miss 43 points, a three-letter word, KIP up there.
I don't think it's a mix actually. It's not a miss. The only thing he missed out at right now is I think is the tracking or something because he's not seeing his opponent finishing at the next turn. Okay, there's no way he will miss KIP like he wouldn't see it. No, I think he is mistracking or something. He think that his opponents will not finish in the next turn, and which might be correct. Okay, so he's keeping his only value so that he could finish in the next move if his opponents didn't finish, not that he actually makes it.
Yeah, I understand that train of thought. I guess it's just really focused on finishing in two moves and ending the game as soon as possible. We see Jonathan cashing in on that triple lane with MURA. Not a lot it can do. He knows the game is over. He might as well just score as much points as he can. MURA or MURE there would score 28 points. But with the last move of Mumin, Urena was available for Jonathan to end this game. You are, let me see if I can get that on the board. URENA fits here to end the game. But still, when all is said and done, it's still Mumin's game regardless.
Yes, and this one will take him um 3 points off the second person, though depending on what Lukman, the result of his this game. If Lukman loses this game, that means Lulin will be 3 points off the second person, which is a huge one.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the MING move was, as I see Sonny Joe pointing this out in the chat, really nice assessment there. Skip can end here and here. So KIP would have been the highest scoring option, definitely, but to finish in two moves would have been nearly impossible. But with the MING move, Skip can easily finish in two spots, and the one next to NYE there would score 36 points. So I guess that's the reasoning behind Mumin's earlier move.
Oversight, or it wasn't an oversight though. But I still
Yeah.
believe it's the best move. Oh, Jonathan hasn't committed his Mora yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised as overthinking the move. If he wants to finish, as I said, there's Urena available through that N, or you might as well just play your MURA, score 28 points, and get it over with. But it's worth noting with the number of games being played, every uh, margin matters. The cumulative in every game matters. I'm sure Jonathan knows it's a lost game, but he's just trying to reduce the deficit as much as possible. And as you rightly said, Abdulmumin after this game would still be topping the standings really, really comfortably. So we're seeing really nice play from the Nigerian there in this tournament. But let's see, after this, we still have 7 games to go. So I'm curious to see how things pan out.
Yeah, Mumin is an exceptional player, you know. He's recorded that Mumin has played over 533 games, recorded Scrabble games, with 326 wins, which is about 61.16%. Isn't that incredible? I mean, playing 533 games, winning over 326 with 204 losses. You know, that's really nice to see. He's a fast, I wouldn't say anymore fast rising star. He's a star already, and I wasn't expecting less from him in this tournament.
Welcome to round 24. On your screens, Akeem Olaribigbe going against Tachi Charles. And if you don't know these players, uh, make sure you're following because they play really, really fast, especially Akeem. And as we can see from the very first move, nose gay coming down very, very quickly. Wasting no time. Zoea. Okay, we apologize for the breaking transmission there, just sorting out technical issues. We saw Akin play Fand there and Charles, as I want, really, really fast players playing in or with 466 points. I believe we're going to see a lot of bangers in this game. Passfine, thank you for joining us again. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't seen Nosuke and Inorit. I don't think it's going to be an easy game for either of the players. It's going to be exciting to watch. I think it's going to be rain of bingos. Haven't seen Hakim draw the first blank of the game. I think it's going to bingo on this turn as well. So this is going to be really
We
exciting.
see Charles taking his time. Okay, the move was committed, and Rural Light, I believe, is what Akim is playing here. A quick update in the scores. Akim's 181 to Charles's 115. Pretty decently on this turn. Okay, you're saying Quatre, come down for Charles. That would score 45 points. Okay, we saw a challenge there, so that's going to be 5 extra points, making that 50 points. Back to Hakim. I believe he has Clawgse. Not too many options for him. He could keep things a bit tight and stay patient. Maybe he might consider just GAW, leaving a strong leave of CLES, which is exactly what he's doing. CLAES, rather, it's a pretty strong leave there. And we can see Charles with the X on his rack. I'm not sure there are a lot of places to. Okay, maybe Vax atop the R there in rural light. It is exactly what it's doing. Scores really well, keeping CIPE. We can see both players are playing really fast, but also really, really well. Even with the two bingos from Akim with Nosegay in the first move and Rural Light later on, Charles is still very much in this game. And now we have Scalia on Akim's rack, and I believe a bingo should be able to drop on this turn. Thank you so much, Coinsola. We see you in the chat. It's been really, really interesting seeing world class players from Africa and even the world compete here in the Scrabblemania 3.0. Okay, Eclairs is the bingo
Okay,
coming down for Akim,
then is the
scoring
video
82
coming
points. He
down
had
again,
Escalia though
scoring 82 points.
from
He
the
had
E
Escalia
in Quater.
from the E
That would
in
score just one
Quetta.
point more.
That
But
would score just
Eclairs
one
seems
point
really
more.
solid. At least it closed
But
down
Eclair
that
seems really solid.
bingo
At least
lane
it closed
that
down
Charles could have
that
used later
bingo
on.
lane that Charles could have used later on.
Okay, TEMP, the
Okay,
move from Charles there,
TEMP removed from Charles
slightly
there.
opening up that
Slightly
corner
opening
of the
up that
board. Tem takes
corner of
the
the
O,
board.
I believe,
Then
tempo.
takes the
He might
O,
take
I believe,
other
tempo. He
hooks,
might
but
take
it's only
other
tempo, I'm sure of,
books
and
for
of
it
course
only
temps
tempo, I'm
too.
sure. And of course, temps too.
It could also take an I think Tempe.
Something worth considering could have been
Something more
Civet,
considering could have been
CIVET, where
Civet,
Hakim is playing
CIVT,
is
where
hiked right
Hakim
now,
is
but that
playing
would
is
have
high
shut down
right
the
now,
board
without a
a
shut
bit
down the
more.
board
So
a bit
Temp,
more.
pretty
So
understandable, but
then
we see
pretty
Hakim cashing in
understandable,
on
but
that
we see
spot
Hakim
with
cashing
hike.
in on that sport with hype.
Hike scores 42
Hype
points,
scores
taking
42
Akim
points,
to
taking Hakim
320 to
to
Charles's
320 to
232.
Chelsea's
About a 90
232.
point
About a
deficit,
90
but
point
would we be
deficit.
seeing
Or
Charles
would
make a
we be seeing
comeback in
Charles
this
make a
game?
comeback in this game?
Right now, he has Covines lined up,
Right now,
which
he
would
has
score
Corina's lined up
100
with two
points. I'm surprised is backing out of that. Covines, Okin SH would score really well because the C would be sitting on that double letter score, scoring 100 points. But I guess it's playing it safe. Playing a word is 100% sure of. So novices there scoring 93 points, and is back in this game already. We can see both players are trying as possible not to be left behind. After every bingo, we're seeing the other player having a really nice call to reply with. So, and just before I can even understand what's going on, Akeem is playing reliable there. Wow, what an interesting game this is turning out to be. We can see a smirk there from Charles. I'm sure is I don't know what he's thinking, but he must have felt a bit relieved seeing novices, but reliable coming down is yet again trying to play catch up. But with WADNEST on his rack right now, it looks pretty promising. As you can see, is going for wanted, scoring 45 points, retaining his S. Wow. What an amazing game this is turning out to be.
Yeah, he didn't just score, he scored and opened up the board again.
Akim now with
So I think
MOIOENU. Think this is the first time we would see Hakim slowing down, except the GAW move. Although, if he can spot it, he has a 38 points play of Onium right here that scores quite well for 38 points. So, spotting that move would really do a lot for Hakim right now. But taking a peek at Charles's rack, I think he's definitely going to bingo next turn. This is a game I'm glad I have the opportunity to commentate to seeing not just extremely fast plays from both players, but bingo bango as I like to call it. You see Hakim taking his time here, spotting Onium extending his lead. 38 points would be really nice here, playing out 5 tiles and going into the bag. The J is still unseen, so perhaps he would like to gun for that. We see him considering money. I'm unsure if that is a valid word, and if he opts to play that, that would be a blunder. But we can see Charles feeling pretty confident. He knows his bingos would land no matter what on this board. Interesting choice from Akim there, going for undo. He had a lot more scoring options. Modai in that same spot would score 30 points, but I'm guessing he's trying to leave the best leave that he can and playing out that U and O. Okay, I'm sure Charles would waste no time here playing sterile looking WE. Okay, he's going for retires instead, which scores 1 point less. Something similar he did when he played novices up there on the board, because even the same novices, if it was played just slightly to the left, would have scored 1 point extra. But I'm guessing is not seeing that. But Retail still come down for 78 points and is in the lead. Akim now with HOMOIED. Not a lot of inspiring options. Still, the spot right beneath novices is something it would most likely be looking at OOH here, leaving MIDE seems pretty standard. At least the R, the E is still floating on the board if perchance a bingo can come down for him. But OOH there scores pretty decently for 29 points, and it would almost tally the scores with Charles. Looking at the unseen tiles, I'm sure he's a bit worried about that J unseen. And even the tiles look pretty friendly for high scoring plays. The chances of a bingo might be slim, but with the J, the H, the O's, the E, and the likes, I'm sure he's hoping not to give back too much to his opponent. I think I've mentioned here on the stream before that one thing I like about fast players is they know when to take their time. And as we can see, Hakim weighing his options, he knows not to rush this move because this is very, very important. Taking a look back at how this game has panned out, Nosegay was the first move from Hakim. It came down so fast for 80 points, and Charles replying with 49 points of his own ZOE. And ever since, it's been a lot of scoring from both players. Raids came down for Charles, Rural Light came down right after, then Quater for 50 points, then soon Eclairs for 82, and Akim playing hiked for 42. And then Novices coming down for 93 points. Reliable coming down right after for 80 points. And Charles, not wanting to be left behind, played Wanted for 45 points. And as you could guess, Charles on his next turn, with a bingo of his own, played 78 points with tiles, bringing the scores to Charles's 448 to Hakim's 418. It has been a lot of scoring here, and it reminds me of Austin Sheen's saying of scoring never stops, and we can see that happening right here in this game. Hakim now taking his time. He knows this is a really crucial point in the game. He's trailing slightly, but he has moves like OH or OOH if you want at the top of the board here. We can see him considering homed instead in that spot, but still he needs to be pretty careful. There are four tiles on scene. Oh, sorry, there are four tiles in the bag right now, and so he might want to tread carefully and not give back too much to the opponents. As much as the tiles don't seem bingo friendly, there could be an out bingo for Charles if Hakim is not careful. So OH seems like the movie or OOH, still leaving tiles in the bag and making sure the likelihood of an out bingo from Charles would be impossible. I think that would be the way to go. Over 7 minutes. He is going for homed, a ballsy move, if you ask me. Let's see if that would pay off eventually. 39 points for homed there, and Charles now with the burden of deciding how to win this game, since now he has perfect information of what Akim will be having. JIBFL. Oh, sorry, GIBGEFY is the rack for him there. Akim has a slight lead right now, but with the J and the high scoring tiles, we can see that Charles has. We know for sure he is going to reply with something pretty nice on this turn. We can see Ivy in the chat saying rooting for both players. May the best man win. Indeed, may the best man win. With the tiles that Akim has drawn into Pooit, I think the odds are in favor of Charles here playing uh just scoring really well is more than enough because Akim can't do much with the tiles he has. Oh, I'm seeing a really nice sequence here for Charles to, win this game pretty easily. A move like Hefe, I want to say Jiffy, but I have a feeling the J is pronounced as an H. So Jefe, yeah, would leave Bigy for Charles. And what Akim can do after that move as his highest scoring option would probably be Topo here. And with the leave of Bigy, Charles can easily finish with Bigly here or Beji here. So that seems to be the optimal sequence or endgame sequence for Charles if he can spot it. Or we see him going for FY. I'm sure he has seen that Kim has a move like Topo in that spot and is trying to obstruct it for Hakim. That move would win regardless. Still not a lot of options for Hakim to scheme or do anything about it. FY seems really nice there. The only downside is it would be nearly impossible for Charles to finish next turn. So is intentionally playing this fixated on limiting Akim's scoring option at the cost of being unable to finish next turn. Wow, this has been an incredible game. I honestly thought Akim had this in the bag with the nosegay coming down, Ruralite, reliable, but this is
Thing coming
Scrabble.
down
Anything
to
can
the
happen.
bad
And as we can see,
reliable,
Charles
but
remained
this is
focused
around the
and he remained sharp in this game. Novices,
shop.
retiles, rates were really nice find. And wanted is something I think was pretty impressive. Players like myself or less less experienced players rather would want to balance their tiles with the rack of Dawnest, maybe just wanting to play the D and the W somewhere on the board. But we can see Charles there saying, I'm going to score my highest point in that turn, going for wanted that scored, I believe, over 40 points, and it kept him in the game. All right, FY has been committed, and that would bring the scores to Charles's 481 to Hakim's 457. With the way the board is, not so much that Hakim can do, although there is a 23-point option for him if he can spot it. Pie cut here would be really nice for 23 points, retaining 0-0, which would finish next turn. You can see Hakim taking his time. He most likely has tracked the tiles and can see that Charles has JIBEG, which would not finish next turn but still score pretty well. JIB he would hook F right here and score pretty decently. So perhaps he's just thinking about if I play this, what would Charles play next? And then how can he finish? Because with the way the tempo is, Akim would most likely be finishing first. And it's worth noting how, the fast plays from the start of the game seems to be paying off here because now both players can take their time and analyze the end game really, really well. We can see 4 minutes still left on the clock for Hakim, and it's more than enough time to weigh the options and check if he's not missing any winning sequence. But I can confirm that all things being equal, if Charles doesn't play a phony or retains his J in his next move, then Charles is most likely going to win this game. The standings as out round 23 are still not out yet, but as at round 22, uh, for anyone just joining, Jimo Abdulmumin was still topping the standings with a uh, two wins ahead rather of Owolabi Lukman, and Owolabi Lukman in turn was 2 wins ahead of Tachi Charles, who was in third position. So, and in the last game on stream, we saw Mumin win his game, so we know he's still going to maintain his spot atop the standings. But with this win from Charles, perhaps he's going to inch closer to competing with Mumin or Lukman for that top spot. And if you're unaware, Charles in fact won the last edition of this competition last year, winning $1,000 in Liberia. And I'm sure he was looking, or he is still looking, to retain that title and cut away with the $2,000 for the winner this year. All right, back to the game. Akeem still taking his time. As I've pointed, Picard through the scene eclairs would be his move here if he can spot it. That scores 23 points, but his highest scoring play would be POO, as Son has spotted in the charts. The downside to that is I'm unsure he would be able to finish next turn with that play. So yeah, POO here scores 26 points, the highest he can do. But OIT would be unable to finish next turn. So Picot would be the move if he can spot that. But he's going for Poo instead, leaving OIT. And now all Charles has to do is simply play the jibe above Fand. As you can see, that's exactly what he's doing, scoring 31 points. Oh, and in fact, TOI will finish since there are two floating L's on the board for Toil, but that would only score 8 points and would not be enough to win this game. The thing is, Jibe scored just too well for Charles, and we see Akeem finishing with Toy there, which would bring the final scores to Charles's 512 to Akeem's 495. What an incredible game This was Nosegay coming down at the start, Zoa in reply, Rate we saw so many scores rather from both players during this game, and when the dust settles, Charles emerges as the winner of this round. All right, we'll have round 25 on your screen soon. Make sure you stick around. There are six more games to go today to decide the winner of this tournament. So I'll see you soon.
And he did judo. You say you play left hand. And my hand, this was what I had. This was what I had. Yeah, so I just felt like, let me make my hand a bit flexible and look for chances and what would happen. As long as we have it, they still came out to do this. You would have preferred me to play here, right?
I think my own decision to no, I wanted to do barracks here.
Yeah.
You see, so I'll take out this E. But then I said,
What is open?
yeah, why should I try it? Let me balance. That's when I yeah, let me balance. But I got annoyed with this pick. I kept vice and then I picked TMP. Anyway, that's Scrabble. Am I like
I'm feeling the vibes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to round 25 of the tournament. Apologies for the break in transmission, but we are back and better. We had a few interesting plays at the start of the game. We saw Sudaria come down for
Daria
zero for
comes
68
down
points,
for
and
zero for 68
knowing
points and
Charles wasting no time playing endeared as his reply. If you followed the last game, you would have seen Charles take a very incredible win from Joaquim or Larry Bigbe. Right and back Following the game, India came down for 90 points, then Cyril replied with 66 points, and we saw the last play of Forex from Charles. And right now, with a rack of MTTLD blank, we've seen Malted come down. All right, Malted came down for Cyril. Their retaining is blank. And right after, we saw CHIGRE, a very nice find from Charles there, scoring pretty well. Cyril now with POTT and two blanks, TOPT blank G and another blank. Interesting to see that no bingo was played in that turn. Was that intentional? He had pottage, POTTAGE, that would have played next to F there. I'm waiting for the board to be flipped in a second. Okay, so pottage would have fit really nicely here. But it seems to have been a miss for Cyril. Wasting no time. Back to Charles. FOYVUM. Let me take a look. Okay, the last style is an I. He has a couple of options here. He could play Fumi to hook Zinc because that Y hook there for Zinc looks pretty tempting. Zinc takes the back hook Y. So any move there, either from the top or downwards, would score really well. What we can see is opting for Overme instead. I guess there's some merit to that move. You still retain your Y for the Zinky hook. So maybe he's staying patient because playing few media would give back too much to the opponent. And finally, we're seeing a bingo from Cyril with the two blanks. Although we need to wait for confirmation what the blanks are here. Still unsure what the blanks are, but if I were to guess, maybe Patagia. Yeah, most likely Patagia might be the only word there that fits with that placement. So it's back to Charles, and I believe he made the move of Hefe. Let me have the scores updated for you real quick. And after the move of Hefe, Charles would still maintain his lead of 289 to Cyril's 261. But with the tile series has have a feeling he's going to tally the scores in his next turn. KUHD would fit really nice next to the move of Pataja here. KHUD. Okay, we can see is opting for KHI instead. Um, I'm surprised he did not play that above there. Just one step above that move would have scored a lot more, except the bingo is not patagiable. I've gotten confirmation that it in fact is. But anyways, Charles to play, and we're seeing him cashing in on that Y hook. We saw him retain the Y for 2 turns, and now is going for Yoni, which is much more defensive. We see him taking his time on this turn, considering if Yoni is what he wants to do. But part of me is leaning towards just playing YO because the BAING leave seems a bit more, tempting, considering the fact that the board is slightly open, and BAING seems to have a lot more synergy than just BAG. The thing with BAG is you could just pick maybe an additional G, W, or L with that, and it's not going so well. But we're seeing Cyril come down with postured here pretty quickly. Uni scored 52 points in that turn, and postured here is the move from Cyril. All things being equal, did we just see a miss of a 9-timer? Sprouted would have scored 131 points for Cyril. I think he might have rushed that move. Sprouted in 9-timer would have been a devastating blow at that corner of the board. Oof, what a miss. But still, postured for 77 points. And then we saw big played by Charles. The scores: Charles is 364 to Cyril's 375. It's still anyone's game. All right, back to Cyril now. QATLLCS. Looking at the board, the Q might slow him down a bit here. but I seem to be missing really nice plays here myself. Cards, as Cyril has rightfully spotted, scores really well, but something worth mentioning is CINQ would have been a much better move right here uh, at the bottom of the board. CINQ here would have retained the S, should have scored 50 points, and still keep his options open for next turn. So I think that was a slight miss there. Sink for 50 would have been the stellar play there. I think we're seeing Charles play really quickly, just playing WO to balance his tiles there, leaving ATIER, which is pretty synergic. Back to Cyril, ALLICNS. Pretty lucky to pick another S after the cat's move last turn. Right now, no bingos for him on this turn, but there are still some scoring options. He's leading by exactly 40 points. So um, maybe just a 20-point play somewhere in the board still seems okay. He has Crinal, CRINAL, fits really nicely here. Plays out 5 tiles and it doesn't empty the bag, so it seems like a pretty good move if he can spot that. But of course, there are a lot more options he might want to consider. He has Call also in the same spot, CALL, leaving INS. I'm sure that move you would feel pretty confident about bingoing next turn, since as you can see, there are 3 E's on Sin, and with just 6 tiles left in the bag, there's a likelihood he might pick one of them, and it's looking pretty good for him to balance his styles and most likely bingo in his next turn. I can see him taking his time. He knows this is a crucial point in the game, even though he has a slight lead. He wants to keep things locked a bit. Maybe he's considering Lilac at the top of the board to obstruct any 7-letter bingos from fitting there, because that would be like a really easy spot for a bingo. But let's take a sneak peek at Charles's rap. You can see it's ATIEROI. It's nearly impossible for him to bingo next turn. So, of course, Cyril doesn't know that, and he would try his best to assess the unseen pool and make a decision from that. Okay, we see him going for LAIC, trying to be as defensive as possible. Charles now with AITOREI. The lucky thing for him is at least he has more chance to fish for a bingo. Good, out some of his vowels and try and scheme for maybe an out bingo later on. So there are 2 tiles in the bag after the move of LAIC. So it's down to Charles to take his time and look at the board and try and scheme for something here. The scores being Charles's 381, to Cyril's 434. He is going for IO. I think that's pretty reasonable. The downside is after that move, Cyril is going to have complete information of what Charles has. So even if he has a bingo that would play on the board, except he plays in two spots that would be unblockable, then Cyril would definitely assess that and make sure a bingo from Charles does not come down on the board. I think an interesting fish would have been to just play off the eye, maybe somewhere here, and stay patient, hoping for an out bingo, maybe through the N in Zinky. Oh, apologies for that. Let me get the arrow. Maybe here, maybe an ION bingo. But with the tiles, he has TILEER. Even if there were to be a bingo, I think Cyril would most likely spot that and block Billy. Let's see with a rack of LLNSPEY. What can he do on this turn? Cyril with over 5 minutes left on his clock, more than enough time for a master player, his strength to track the tiles and check if he would not be allowing a bingo from Charles. Charles has the 7 letter bingos of Realty and Atelier, but no spots right now on the board for those bingos. Although we can see previously Charles arranged a laterin, ELATERI, which would play to the N in Zinky here. So Cyril has to note that and block that from happening. I'm sure Charles right now is holding his breath, hoping maybe Cyril mistracks and doesn't have the exact knowledge of the tiles Charles has. But all things being equal, I think we are going to see Cyril block that laterin from coming down. Here we see Bonnie was committed, the exact same reasoning. One thing players have to be careful of is if you're trying to block this N in Zinky and then you mistakenly play maybe something down here, that just gives back this lane for the 7 letter bingos of Realty or Atelier to come down. So really smart play from Cyril there. You're trying to block this floater, but instead of going there, playing something like this, such as Bonnie, simply obstructs anything from happening here. So I think that was a really nice play from Cyril. And with the leave of PLES, I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident about finishing next turn. Okay, I think we're going to see Clarity played by Charles. And then Cyril finishing with PELS for 16 points. And that would bring the final scores to Cyril's 464 to Charles's 415. What an incredible game this was. Patagia is a word I had no knowledge of. So something learned there. I think if perchance Cyril lost this game, it would have been pretty painful because he had sprouted earlier on a nine timer for 133 points. That would have scored so well and increased his margin so much. But then playing postured for over 70 points was enough to do the damage he wanted. And even though Charles fought really well in this game, I particularly like how he retained the Y or Zinky, hoping to, play something a bit more defensive like Yoni instead of exposing something up the board. So that was really nice from Charles there. And overall, it was a pretty interesting game. We saw a four-timer from Charles endeared for 90 points, and I was hoping to see a nine-timer from Cyril there, but we were denied that. All right, make sure you stick around. We'll have round 26 up on your screens in a bit. Once again, this is Scrabblemania 3.0 in Monrovia, Liberia. The players here are competing for a $2,000 cash prize. And so far, it's been incredible seeing players like Abdulmumin Jimo leading the standings so far, and even the Vespa chairman, Owolabi Lukman, doing really well. But in hot pursuits, we have players like Cyril and even Charles also atop the standings trying to go on for that top spot. Still five more games to go before the end of this tournament, so make sure you stick around. Once again, it's been Excel Muyiwa here commentating, and I will see you soon.
I'm feeling the vibes with
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Scrabblemania 3.0. This is round 26, and on stream, we're going to be having Jimo Abdul Mumin face off against Owolabi Lukman. My name is Koinsala Lasaki. It's good to be back here in the commentary booth. I should be joined by Okwe Piper very soon. All right, looks like prayer is about to start. So yes, let's get into it. Mumin is currently leading the pack, is on 21 wins, and Lukman is, following closely with 18 wins. So I expect to see firecrackers. We're approaching the end of the tournament. This is round 26. 30 games would be played, so that leaves 4 games, and so every game matters, and I expect them to bring their A game going forward.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. This is Omotayo Opolua joining you on stream. Hi, Coinsala. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Okwe. I'm doing so good. How are you doing too?
I'm fine. Good to join you once again. And it seems they are wasting no time as Mumin has played the first word of the game. Poof, I believe is the word.
Yes. Poof for 18 of his rack of POOFTEE. Opening rack for Lukman is FWOTIDE. Wonderful. All right, looks like Lukman can score 35 points, playing Dawi right underneath Poof, leaving FT. And it looks like Mumin has the first blank of the game on his rack. Wonderful. We should be seeing a bingo come down on Mumin's turn, as this set of he has TENDIE alongside that, and that's they are very synergic tiles that go well together.
Yeah, definitely. I could say that. I mean, I should also note that it's been since my last coverage. I think that was day one. The leaderboard has changed a lot, and we had the likes of Malik and Fred on top. But right now we have Mumin with about 20 wins, according to like the 22nd round, and it's really looking like the players are setting a new tone. They've been new players that I've seen on the leaderboard so far.
Yes. You can say that again. We've seen amazing players come, on stream. We've seen wonderful wordplay. So yes, it has been such an amazing run so far. Owolabi Lukman went for Dauf for 33, leaving TIE.
Okay, what is Mumin's option here? Do you see any bingo he could play?
Right underneath Dauf, playing PODOWFT, Ditinu for 85. I think that's the highest he can score right now on this board. Ditinu for 85, or Fainted, FEINTED. It would be underlapping 4 tiles, DEPOIOWNOFT. So that also scores 85. So yes, he has quite a lot of options.
Okay, it seems we are saying him go for something else. I want to see what the designated blank would be. Could be Fainted.
Yes, I think it's going to be F. Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's officially the first bingo of this round.
Yes. And looking over to Lukman's side, your opponents just played a bingo of 85 points, and you have 6 vowels on your rack and 1 consonant, all 1 point styles. Well, that must be, that can be very devastating, especially in this early, point in the game. You want to be scoring as high as you can, to get a very solid lead. So do you think he will be looking to change on this turn?
I know I'm not really sure what he might want to do because I see him set aside ATE or EUU high. I think he might want to exchange the EIUU combo and probably just leave ATE. That could be an option of ease, but let's see what he decides to go for. And I think he did change EUUI indeed. So yeah. So now it's back to
Yeah, I think
Momin.
that's the best option.
Yeah.
All right, Mumin has
Momin has
AEGHLOR.
okay. Looking at his rack, I believe he could play maybe HOG right underneath fainted for 22 points, leaving AELR. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that's fair. And if he wants to do something different, maybe HAG. The only downside of playing HAG underneath, fainted, that's FADEG, would be the opening of that double word score. If your opponent maybe has the X playing from the double word down there, or maybe the Z or the Q, it would be a whole lot of points. So he might not want to go there. So I think he might want to opt for the safer option of HOG, like you pointed out.
Yeah, but I think he's going for HAG instead. He did arrange HOG at some point, but it seems he's going for HOG. Probably, maybe, I think HAG do take hooks. Maybe he's planning for that setup later on. Who knows? I think HAG has is yet to be committed by
Yes,
him.
yes. Yes, looks like he has decided to be very aggressive, and he has taken his chances. Lukman has GRATERS. He changed the last turn, and it looks like things have worked out for him. We should be seeing a bingo come down thanks to the newly opened spot hag. He could hook his S behind it, to play in front of it rather, to play shag as a front hook. Yes.
Yeah, Graters, Garrett, we could see any of that coming
And it
down for
looks like
seven.
we'll be having a third commentator. Yes, yes, we should. 70 points. Looks like we'll be having a third commentator join us. Excel Muiwa, who has been on stream earlier today, would be joining us. And yes, really wonderful to have him here. Good afternoon, Excel.
Hey, hello, Coinsola and Opolo. A great job to you guys and well done.
Hi, Excel. Good to have you here.
Thank you so very much.
Hopefully, I believe he played his Graters somewhere else, and we are getting a challenge. Oh, wow.
Yes, poofs is very much invalid, and so that has been challenged off the board. You expect a player of Mumin's caliber to obviously know the fours, threes, maybe fives that do take S and do not take S. As soon as he played Graters and Poofs, he just went in to challenge immediately.
I think it's also interesting to know that Poof doesn't take any front hook, but it does take an S hook in the back. Spoof is actually correct, but Poof doesn't take any other hook in the front. So wow, that has been challenged off.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I think
And
we need
we
to
see as soon as that was challenged.
year
Yes,
old.
and as soon as that was challenged, Air O came down. Yes.
That is very interesting. Year old for 75 points. Wow, by Momin. Do you think um do you think Lukman didn't see the S hook for Ag, probably to play his shag there?
It's possible that it, did not occur to him, although all hope is not lost. Looks like he's going for his 80 points of regrets. Playing through the E that, Mumin just played through. Although that would get him a little bit closer to Mumin, but Mumin will still very much be in the lead with about 90 points.
And interestingly, I think Momin has picked the second blank of the game. Wow, what a pick.
Very funny, Opeoluwa. Quite a number of games where Mumin has been on stream. It's either he has the blank on his first, draw, or he has two blanks. There were two games where he had two blanks, and I think that was on his first or second draw. I think he has something. He has a tendency for drawing
To
blanks.
pick.
Yes.
Wow, that is a very interesting skill, if you'd ask me, and I would always wish to have that picking skill.
Yes, indeed. I mean, who doesn't want, blanks?
Yeah, now it's back to Mumin with RITLK, blank, and I. What are his options here, Coin?
I mean, sadly, one would think because he has the black, a bingo should come down. But on this board right now, there are no possible bingos for him. But he could score a couple of points. He could score 23 if he decides to do KIR or KIT right underneath AG, leaving ILT blank, hoping to pick, more synergic tiles. He could also do THILK through the H of hero for 24. So yes,
Okay, he might be going for KIR because I see he did set that aside. Okay, and he's going in for that. KIR it is for 23 points, leaving ILT blank.
I mean if he's able to, go into the back to pick wonderful tiles, then we might just see a bingo come down on his turn.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see what he comes up with. Now it's back to Lukman with WISMISE. Okay, I think I see Wise off this rack. He could play Wise underneath K high R for 35 points, leaving high MS. Another
Yes,
option
he
might be to,
has two S's.
yeah,
He has two
And
S's, and I think
something
scoring
that
about, yes, Excel.
Oh, sorry to butt in there. I just wanted to note that this is actually a must win for Lukman, because if you take a look at the standings, Abdul Mumin has about a three wins ahead of Lukman, and if he were to win this game, then that would extend to a four-win difference. And with only four games left to go, then that means Lukman has to win the last four, and we are at the king of the hill. So it's interesting to see how Mumin is already inching closer to winning this tournament.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for pointing that out, Excel. And Mumin has had such an interesting run, playing optimally right from the start of the tournament. So yes, if it does win this game, then we might just say, might just be safe to say that it would be winning this tournament.
yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, Excel and Coin, because this round is very critical for Lukman, as you pointed out, and with the wins ahead of Lukman from Main, he would be very eager to win this one, so he could at least inch closer to in the leaderboard. So I believe he went for WIS instead. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess is trying to retain his E to have a more bingo friendly rack.
And Mumin has VOMLIT blank.
I think it's interesting that even though it looks very synergic, he still doesn't have any playable bingo. So he's opting for VOM instead, and that has been committed for 26 points.
And the best thing about that move is it's gradually conditioning the board. You can see that obstructs the floating R and the E, and with the V there, we know there can't be any overlaps. to the side of so that's really defensive play there.
Very defensive indeed. He wants to condition the board as he has taken the lead. I think after this last play he should be on, I think, 252, and this is 143 for Lukman. So he's trying to condition the board as early as he can. Now we see Lukman going for EMU. He has two U's on his rack, and he would most likely want to dispose at least one of the two U's.
Yeah, definitely. Playing EMU at that point is a top choice, to be honest. But interestingly, with what I see on Mumin's rack, we should or we might be getting another bingo come through from Mumin. Wow.
Yeah, Niblets would hook HISN down the board and score over 60 points. So things are looking really good for Momin here.
I mean, as soon as the bingo comes down, if we eventually see it, of course, whether it's liblets or blinks or belting, whatever it is, as soon as the bingo comes down, it might just be safe to say that Mumin would be winning this game as well.
Definitely. I mean, with the current score 252 for Momain to Lukman's 171, a bingo of about 67 right now would further increase his lead and might ultimately just seal his win. So we should be seeing a bingo come down. It could be niblets, it could be blinks, and it could even be belting. So let's see what he decides to come up with.
And gosh, I wonder how Lukman feels. He played EMU last turn and now he has three U's on his rack. Oh my god.
I mean, in how many games do you pick all the U's in different tones? I mean, four U's and then you pick all of them, not at intervals, but consecutively. You have two U's at first, play out one, and then you go into the back to get two more U's. Wow.
I think the annoying thing about picking news in general is when you don't even pick it with the Q combo. Now he picked all the U's in this game and is the Q is even nowhere to be found, which could maybe even help in this round. But unfortunately, this is going to be a very tough one for Lukman.
Yeah, and the worst part is his opponent played a bingo just when he was hoping to maybe swap out those U's. Must be really tough for Lukman right now.
Definitely.
Indeed, it must. I mean, if the Q later comes in the game, I think Lukman, yes, would be looking to exchange just like he just did because the Q is still in the bag. I mean, if he doesn't exchange, then we would have issues, playing out the Q later on.
Yeah, definitely. So changing was indeed the best option right now. And interestingly, he did pick the U. Now it looked like it's raining wow on Jimon's rack. I see OELOIEA.
I could have sworn that I was about to predict it would pick the Q after exchanging the U's. Scrabble can be so funny at times.
Interesting. Okay, looks like he went for
So
wool.
funny indeed. And I think, yes, woo for 18. I think I found myself in situations like that where as soon as I exchange the U, I go into the bag and pick the Q, and then I'll be regretting, oh, why didn't I keep it? Oh, why didn't I, maybe just keep one of the U's? But Scrabble happens just like Excel said.
Definitely, it does happen, and it must feel some type of way about that. And now it's back to Momin. I see he has picked the Biggie Z. So he had TELZIEA.
Yeah, things are looking really well for Mumin in this game, and with the way the board is shaped, it doesn't even have to worry about blocking off any spots. Just simply playing his Z right where he's about to play that seems pretty standard.
I mean, from the play of Poof, which is a blocker. The V, he also played the V over there to condition that spot. And so for a bingo to come down on this board, it's going to be very, very, very hard. I can only imagine how Lukman must be feeling right now.
Very hard indeed, I must say. But I think he's trying to. Okay, he's playing in between that obscure spot. He's going for Kine, I believe, instead, leaving Neux S. Hmm. Okay.
And from what Mumin has, we can see very synergic tiles there. Obviously, no bingo right now, but he could simply, just play inside the board. And the moment Lookman tries to open up something, then there's a very high likelihood it would bingo first before Lookman does.
Yes, and that's something I find very funny in the game of Scrabble. You are down, you are trying to open the board, and then as soon as you do that, you see your opponent has been waiting for you to open the board, and boom, they attack you with a bingo. And eventually, sometimes I don't even get the opportunity to play a bingo of my own to the end of the game. Scrabble can
Yeah,
be quite funny at times.
yeah, you're absolutely correct. It really does have no manual. You just have to like go with your intuition. But I see right now that Momin decides to play steel instead. Okay, he might be stealing the win for this one. It still goes for 31 points.
Well said there, but the drawback is this gives back words like SEX now that would score over 50 points. So Lukman must feel a bit relief that he can score over 50 on this turn.
I mean, even with SEX, it doesn't do a lot. I mean, Mumin is here, 393, close to 400. And Lukman, oh, looks like he's going for Poofy instead.
Oh my god.
That's
Just like I
quite
said,
interesting, if you ask me.
takes no hook in the front. Like it's a blocker, and immediately we're getting a challenge. Ah, shit.
Nothing seems to be working well for Lukman in this game. We saw three U's in one rack, and we phoned Poofy earlier on, and now phoning Poofy. Oh, must be really tough for him.
Tough indeed. I mean, just like Okpe pointed out, Poof is a blocker, and taking SEX right on that steal would be about 54 points. But now, Mumin would obviously go there to block it, especially when he has exposed, his tiles, and he does have SEX, which would fit underneath there, and we see him do ID. Wow, tough, tough, tough.
Yeah, definitely. For a moment, I thought we were going to see XES come down, and I think he must have mistaken maybe Poofy for Puffy, and he probably just thought it is right, so he went for sexy, hooking his white to the poof, and immediately Momin challenged and he played ID, blocking that spot.
Yeah, I think it's an understandable confusion. There was a time pool fee was valid, and I think it was only recently removed. And so I think that's just what's confusing Lukman here. And it's back with the same rack. And I think he doesn't have a lot of options, maybe just sexy here. At top, poof. It seems all his moves have to do with playing out that X here.
Yeah, it's possible that he's not aware that Puffy has been removed. I mean, yesterday we saw a play of Bint. Bint is one of those four-letter words that were valid in the past, but then later became expurgated. So it's possible that he made that mistake. But it's quite sad to have seen that, especially when he had 54 points for grabs, and he just missed it.
Yeah, definitely. He must be feeling pretty devastated right now, given the look on his face and a couple of misses that he's had in this game. And then Sex was looking right at him, and he could have taken that, but unfortunately, he didn't play that. Now, most of his options are below 30 points, even with the use of his X. So this might just be it for him.
Yeah, and I can't stress it enough how important it is that he stops Mumin if Lukman wants to win this tournament. After this game, they would once again be meeting in the next round since this is the king of the hill. So he would have a chance, maybe four more chances to stop Mumin, but let's see how things pan out.
I mean, for this game, I think it's almost impossible for Lukman to, make a comeback. Almost impossible. Your opponent plays fainted. You had the opportunity to, play bingo of your own, but he played poofs, and then ERO came down. Then he played regret. While struggling with three U's, your opponent comes with a bingo of 63 points, and then just when you had the chance to, play 54 and maybe inch, just a little bit closer to your opponent, he misses that and plays a phony. So yes, the chances of him coming back in this game are not that high.
Personally, I would say the chances are like close to zero. Looking at the scores, and it's almost like a 200 lead, and um, fewer tiles left in the bag. I really do not know the miracle that wants to happen here for Owolabi, but I think it's going for EX instead.
Yeah, EX is pretty understandable. I can't recall all the hooks to EME, but I'm sure there are a few front hooks there. So at least that gives this lane available for a bingo if any can come down. But as we know, Momain would not leave that option open.
Of course, it would be a case of wherever you go, I follow, as soon as you open, I try to condition and block. Just, doing that back and forth till the game comes to an end.
Yeah, definitely. And just like I said earlier, I don't see any chances. And already I see him going for BAYT instead, ultimately blocking a possible seven towards that lane.
Yes, and right now, except Lukman has a four timer that plays through this why there really isn't any hope of coming back into this game with the score difference. But we see Lukman going with maybe Juicy.
I
I
think
think
Juicy
Juicy
scores
seems
fine.
to
Juicy
be,
scores 34. I'm leaving it with SM.
Yeah, playing Juicy for 34 points isn't such a bad move. Back to Momin with ACRIDIN. I think he could play CID just right above Poof for 22, leaving AINR. And I think with that move of Juicy, there's really nowhere to play a bingo for Lukman anymore.
and the
Or
thing
maybe
is,
just
Akridin
J.
is valid. But luckily for Lukman, he didn't make a play that opens up the board for Momin to play that bingo. So, as you've rightfully pointed, his options are things like CID, hooking, cuffed, which look pretty standard, given the fact that a move here would obstruct the bingo from coming beneath Juicy. So, that would be a very cagey move.
As soon as it does CID, only possible option of a bingo coming would be maybe playing through the B, which doesn't happen a lot. But other than that, yes, this board is very, very conditioned.
Interestingly, he went for card instead. Okay, card is still very much conditioning the board. Card for 29. points.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there are any six-letter words ending with JA that could be played there. I'm seeing things like Kotija, maybe it's possible, or there are no more eyes left to be played. But anyways, I'm just curious to see if maybe that JA can be extended later on in the game.
Mm,
It's back to Lukman now with Sunlgay, and uh, what options are you saying for him here?
I mean, if he decides to do guy, playing by, the downside of that is ing, opening ing. I mean, he has an n, he doesn't have an I. And from his POV, two eyes are out, and you can see the two eyes on Mominga. So playing an ing bingo would not be possible. Only other option would be maybe to play a bingo with age rather, which the e is also with Mumin. So he might be looking to play Sugan instead. I saw him arrange that for a second there, but maybe he's rethinking his options. But yeah, there's really not much you can do at this point.
yeah, definitely. Sugan is a move we could consider as well for about 26 point leaving LY. You might not be comfortable with that. Playing guy does open the triple lane, which I believe Mumin could pounce on as soon as he plays. So he might be very watchful against playing that.
Yeah, if there's anyone in the chat and you're predicting that Mumin would win this game or the tournament rather, or Lukman will be able to catch up and steal the tournament win from Mumin, you could leave your opinions in the chat. Or if you have any questions, be sure to ask us and we'll be ready to answer. I believe we
It looks
saw
like
Young.
Young, indeed, it looks like Young is the move he decided to opt for.
Okay, with a rack of NEPIONI for Mumin, I believe his choices are not much. He could play high ho just underneath EX, hooking his O to EX for about 13 points. His highest scoring option might also be to just play maybe PI just beside BAYT with the I hooking the B. What do you think you should do here, guys?
I mean, with
Okay.
the two tiles left in the bag, it would be looking to play just two to leave at least one in the bag, and we see him go for OI.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting play because it's setting up his P, I believe, for POI. And looking at the unseen pool, he knows Lickman doesn't have the tiles to hook that.
Such a brilliant play. Like you said, setting up the OI, it could play PAV now. PAV would score 29, leaving it with NINE, although I'm not sure where that would finish. Um, but yes, PAV 29, 512 would be his score after that. And yes, This game is very much over right now.
Yeah, the options for Lukman now would maybe be to play lead through the ID here. Aside that, I'm not seeing any scoring options per se for him on this board. It's been such an exciting game so far, don't you think?
I do. You can say that again. Wow, Poof to start was super brilliant, you know. It just unless you have something to play underneath or over, a bingo would not play as POF, you know, is not valid, but SPOOF spoof is very much valid. And then we saw fainted come down and exchange, then graters and poofs, you know, the first phony challenge off by Mumin. Then we saw ERO and then regrets. And then just when Lukman thought things couldn't get, you know, any worse, you know, Blintz came down for 63 and then he had to exchange, you know, he had three U's and that was very, very sad. I had the opportunity to play SEX for 54, but he played on sexy, coming poofy, and of course, Mumin challenged it off. So, yes, such an interesting game if you ask me, and Mumin has won another one, yet another game.
Very interesting indeed. And Excel, I think we might be seeing the extension that you wanted to see so bad, because if Mumin decides to play Ninja right now, because I don't think he can finish on this board with NINE, but he could play Ninja, extending the JA, and that would be a top choice right now.
Exactly, something I would really love to see. Ninja here would just be for style points, and even though that would give Lukman the space to finish, but I think it would be nice to see that. What an exciting game this has been, and also with the score difference, I think the cumulative that Mumin would have after this match would matter a whole lot. So kudos to Mumin, and let's see what happens in the last four games for today.
Okay.
Yes, kudos
Interestingly,
to
you didn't.
Mumin. Kudos to Mumin. All right, we see Clown come down for 11. And of course, Mumin should finish on this turn, and that will be the end of this game.
Yeah, it's been an amazing run so far, and I think at this point we could say, yeah, definitely they've ended the game, and that's it. Moomin takes round 26, and it's been a very composed and disciplined performance from start to finish from him, and I believe he reads the board perfectly, and he just knows how to control the tempo and close with authority. So we are going to move on to round 27 shortly. So stay with us.
All right, and we're back for round 27. On stream, we still have Olabi Lukman and Jimo Abdulmumin, but this time, Lukman would be starting. Without further ado, let's just get into it. Petterq is the opening rack for Lukman on this round. I still have Okwe Olua and Excel with me in the commentary booth.
Okay, hi, Queen Sola. Thank you so much for ushering me in. I'm super excited for this. If anyone has been following, Lukman now has to win the next four games against Mumin, and Mumin just needs to win one out of the remaining four games to win this tournament. So I'm pumped to see how things pan out.
Okay, guys, we are officially in round 27, and after this round, I believe it's only three games left. So every mistake is costly, and every bingo could rewrite the standings. So let's see how it goes with this one.
Well said, Piper. I think I pointed out in the last game that Momin has a thing for drawing blanks, and just like we can see he has drawn the first blank and is playing the first bingo of the game. FICA, I believe the blank is INS for 80.
Wow, you are absolutely correct with that one. And honestly, I wish to really have the speaking skills. It would definitely help me in my Scrabble career because already we see the blank, and not just the blank, it came with a bingo of the canes for 80. Wow, what a pick!
Yeah, the picking is what's nothing, but also we can't take away Jimo's word power and board vision too. Is an incredible player making really optimal moves since the start of the tournament, and you can see it is paying off for him.
Yes, indeed. Of course, it's one thing to, be able to pick good tiles, to have the tiles in your favor. It's another thing to be able to utilize, the tiles perfectly. We see Jipreet on Lukman's rack, and it looks like he's going to play just through the S of Mumin's bingo for 27.
Wow, indeed. I see just coming out from Lukman, and just like you rightfully said, it is one thing to pick the blank, and it is another thing to be able to effectively utilize it. For someone of Gmo's playing skill, I mean, having both combo would definitely help him in his Scrabble run as a whole.
Yeah, back to his rack now. He has OPONOIC, and some of his options here would be to just play pool if he wants to keep things short, but we're seeing going for Poco instead. I'm guessing he wants to play more tiles here.
Yes, I think he's also opting to play out more tiles and go into the bag. Who knows? Maybe we might just see him get the second blank. And it looks like from Lukman's record, three E's AI. Through the C of Mumin's bingo, we should be seeing, or we might be seeing earpiece for 66 points. I don't know if we would be able to spot that, but earpiece plays from this rack for 66.
I think this is one of the combination of tiles that can easily evade you with the three E's and the A and the I. You would hardly think there could be a bingo here, and with that C just looking for a word that I'm sure Lukman knows, but it might just evade him. And as you can see, he's going for pre instead.
Yes, having three is you would not think, I mean, if it was the C on his rack and maybe one of the E's on the board as a float, then it might have been easier for him to find, the bingo. But yes, it looks like he
Without
opts
wasting.
for
Okay, I think
Prife.
Jimo is playing a bingo of Grunion. Wow, I didn't see that coming.
Wow, Umain seems to be on fire here. Grunion coming down for 79 points. Scores are Mumin's 184 to Lukman's 49, and the game has just begun. I think we're seeing a challenge there, so it's going to be 5 extra points. Wow.
Wonderful find from Mumin, Grunion, second bingo, and it's just his third move. Wonderful.
Wow, Mumin is definitely on fire, but it could be fire for fire if Lukman is able to, with his rack of Lataler, if he plays through the eye of Ficanes, he could play Harry Late, I believe, for 58 points, keeping up the momentum.
Yeah, I relate is something he needs to find to stay in this game. We already saw him miss earpiece the move before, and I relate here would do a lot for him. Apologies for my E there, but I relate here would also open up, opportunities maybe to bingo on later with the E or maybe underneath I relate there. So I think this is a must find for Lukman to stay in this game.
Yes, I mean, it scores 58, not so high, but then it would make a whole lot of difference because that way, it would inch closer to Mumin. And yes, who knows, maybe if he's able or if he's lucky enough after the play of the bingo, he might, just have another chance to come back with another bingo of his own. And yeah, he's back in the game. So finding a release would be very, very helpful for him at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Because looking at the current scores of Lukman 49 to Mumin's 189. So if he plays a relate now for like 58, I think that would take him to about 107 thereabout, and that does decrease the margin, and he really needs to see that right now.
I think there's something worth noting. If there was an eye floating in space for Lukman that wasn't the blank tile, I have a feeling he would have spotted Irene, but the fact that the eye floating is a blank tile, it would, kind of evade him and he might not spot it. And as you can see, he's still shuffling his tiles. He has a feeling that there has to be something here, but he hasn't quite found it.
Yes, I really think, just like you pointed out, that if it wasn't a blank, then it would have been easier for him to spot his bingo of a relate.
Yeah, sometimes the blank really does make your mind go blank, especially if the float you're looking for is not readily visible on the board. So that could be a factor that that might be affecting Lukman right now. But I think his spidey senses are really going off right now. He's still continuously racking, and he almost can tell like there's something. It's just not able to see it yet.
And as you can see, Mumin feeling I'm sure he's feeling confident here, feeling relaxed that out of the remaining four games, all he has to do is just win one more. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident about having this tournament in the bag.
Yes, you can say that again. Looks like we would not be seeing Arilis come down. We'll be seeing all come down right in between Jest and Grunion, all for 15, leaving ART. I mean, the leave of ART is not that bad. Those are very synergic tiles. So yes, it's sad Arilis did not come down, but game continues.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, we didn't see Arilit come down. Instead, he opted for all. And back to Mumin with WAASEL. Hey, looks a bit synergic to me, but I do not see a bingo. But it could play WAE just right beside Brunion, I believe, with the W hooking the LO and coming down to play way for 20 points, leaving AELS. What do you think about that one, guys? Okay, I think he did
Yeah,
play
we
way,
see
but he played.
option for way next to Peeve. And yeah, I guess he's just trying to leave really synergic tiles and hoping to come back with a bingo of his own. And as we can see, Lukman finally his first bingo of today.
I mean, he found it with such amazing speed. It was such an easy find for him. And as soon as, Mumin passed the clock to him, he went down with the bingo. And I think the play of Arilate, we would have seen it come down, but maybe because he was a black, he didn't find it. And we see another bingo come down from Mumin. Oh my God, through the T of Lukman's play right now. That would be 70 points for him.
That is definitely impressive. Not only is it through the T of Asierate, but the S also hooks Grunion for Grunions. Wow, this is massive.
Permits me to speak in pidgin here. We would say bingo na water. So here we've seen Mumin coming back to back with Ficanes at first, then Grunion, and now Intelligence coming down for 70 points. Wow.
Wow, indeed. My goodness, this is such an intense game. I mean, right before the play of Italiges, Mumin was on 209, and Lukman played 64 to get to 128. Still far behind, but all hope wasn't lost. And then 70 points come down, and now he's trailing with about 151 points. Wow, this game has just gotten even more intense.
Definitely, I do really agree. It's been kind of raining bingos and just the beginning of the game. And right now, I see QOHAEUO on Lukman's rag. He did set aside QUAE. I don't know what his plan what his plans are, but off his rack, if he doesn't want to play the Q right now, he could play OOH, I believe, which could fit perfectly either beside Poco or beside the Crif for 24 points, retaining his Q for the next round. And I think we did see that beside Poco.
Yeah, OOH is an interesting choice. It takes the front hook B and P, and as we can see, there are still two B's on scene. So I guess Lickman is trying to create as much imbalance in this game and leave things for Mumi to worry about.
Yes, I mean, looking at Mumin's rack now, Wokrie, Mumin has, the option of playing OWO. I think I saw him going in for dance, but he just put OW on. but that would score 36, although he has 42 points as well, playing WOKPOW that scores 42. But yes, on this tour we should be seeing nothing less than 30 points. And he opts for KOW instead. QUANGES is the rack for Lukman. At least this time he has the Q with a U, and he has 59 points, playing queens or queeners right underneath as he rates. That would give him 59 points, and might be very helpful for him at this point in the game.
I think the logic behind the KOW move was even though the B can still fit here for maybe a word like NABK. At least it doesn't have to worry about a bingo on that lane, which would score a whole lot if it were to leave that for Lookman. So, as you've pointed out, he has moved like Queeners, but I think something like Squeg is something he might want to do. It scores a bit more, leaving a better rack leave.
Yes, Squeg for 56 and leaves him with AN. Still one blank on scene. And I think there's also one S in the bag other than the one with on his rack. So yes, he would want to give himself options to play down that lane right in front of the E of PRIEFE. Yes, so I think he would want to opt for Squeg instead.
Okay, we think Opeolua is having some technical issues for now, but as soon as she's able to sort that out, she will be back here with us in the commentary booth. And I think Mumin might have a bingo next turn. Is fluoride not valid? I'm not quite sure. Okay, it seems I might be inventing words there. The word is FLORID. I was thinking it took the backhook E. But regardless, we know Mumin is still very well positioned in this game to bring it home, if you ask me.
Yes, yes, yes. And there's also, fluoride with the UFLUORIDE. So maybe you've mistaken it with that. And also, yes, we really can't wait to have Okweoluwa back on stream. I really love our wordplay. Something about the blank makes you go blank. And in the last game, we had us say Mumin playing still to steal the game. Very funny wordplay. So, yeah, can't wait to have Okwe back.
Yeah, and real quick, if you're in the chat and you're just joining us, leave a comment or like the stream or share it with your friends. Would really appreciate it. This is round 27 of Scrabblemania 3.0 happening in Monrovia, Liberia. And on your screens, we have Mumin, who is currently topping the standings, going against Lukman, who is in second position. And it's worth noting that Mumin needs just one win in the last four games left in this tournament to bring the title home. So, and as you can see on your screens with the score 317 for Mumin to Lukman's 154, things are looking pretty good for Mumin.
Yeah, Lukman took a whole lot of time on that turn. Maybe considering the fact that if he maybe he did not want to play out the S, because we see him opt for Queen instead for 32, which scores about 20 to 25 points less than Square or Queeners. So maybe he just wanted to hold on to the S and maybe hope to bingo soon. But with this draw, I don't think we'll be seeing a bingo on his turn.
Mumin played Roved, and I think we're seeing a challenge there. I can't confirm, that this is valid, and that would be an extra 5 points. However, the same thing that happened to Lukman the other time, where he had a bingo to the eye in Ficanes, Mumin just missed oil fired there.
Again, the blank being the letter I being designated the blank being designated as the letter I would confuse the players a whole lot, because it would not be easy for you to visualize the blank as a letter, as it would be easy for you to see the words if the blank was the letter I itself.
I know, maybe, just maybe, Mumin actually saw the move and just felt that he needs to be a lot more defensive. Oil Fire would have scored just 62 points, and his rough, even without the additional 5 points, is 54. So I'm guessing he might have seen it and just chose to be defensive.
That is actually very true, because um he would not want to just leave that spot open carelessly. I mean, he's leading, so I think all he has to do now is just condition the board. And I can see that Piper is back. Ope is back here in the commentary booth with us. Welcome back, Ope. All right, looks like she's still having
Oh,
some
sorry
technical
guys.
issues, but she'll be back in no time.
I'm back. I'm back now. Sorry, and hope I didn't really miss much.
Not at all. I was just telling
Well,
Excel and the viewers that I would miss you in the commentary booth, because of your wordplay.
Oh, thank you very much. It's what keeps the game alive for me. All right.
yeah, but we can see that Bumin is just extending his lead further. You missed the play of Roft there, which scored about 59 points, and it was about a 200-point difference between Mumin and Lukman, and things are looking grimmer and grimmer here for Lukman.
I mean, at this point in the game, even with a bingo, or even two bingos, Lukman would not quite be able to, might not be able to catch up. Although it looks like Momen's momentum would be slowing down. Two U's, DIIEA. My goodness, such a vowel heavy rap.
Yeah, we could say it's raining vowels for Momain, and to be honest, I think his options are quite constrained right now. But I believe he could play. Okay, I think he exchanged, right? Yeah, I think we did see an exchange instead. Okay,
Yeah, I
fair.
think that was pretty smart from him there, just exchanging the tiles, knowing he has a comfortable lead and he doesn't have to struggle with those tiles. And it's back to Lukman now. It's Zehdrst.
My goodness, would we be seeing the play of Hertz, Hertz, right on top of WAE for 81 points?
Wow, seeing it right now would definitely get me pumped up. I mean, it's caused a lot. It's caused massively. If he's able to spot the T hook to the WAE, we should be seeing that for 81 points. Oh wow.
Yeah, and we see Lukman has gonied the move. Hertz there for 81 points would be a sort of relief for him, because now the deficit is about 76 points. So who knows, there could be a miraculous draw, and let's just see how things go.
Yes, looking over to Mumin's side, YERGAIN. Now, after the play of Earth for 81, Mumin has 52 points in a very obscure spot, right underneath Earth's EDREPRIEFEZA. The one that scores 52. That spot is very obscure he might not find it. But yes, it would be wonderful if we, see that get played on stream.
Yeah, definitely beautiful because this words interlapping, I think it forms about three words at the same time, and that E at that spot playing reprieve. Wow, it's truly, truly obscure, and seeing that would be very interesting to be honest. And it does score a lot, so let's see what he opts for.
Yeah, the thing is, I just doubt that Mumin would be looking towards that side of the board. He would be looking to play his Y out and maybe score some points somewhere else. Maybe KY is something he might want to do. I don't know if he wants to completely ignore the H that is floating because he knows this is maybe the only place for Lookman to bingo or hooking the OI is set up the other time. So I think he might be worried about that, but we can see he's going for K regardless.
Wow, that's interesting. He did opt for KY instead, and immediately we see Lukman playing bomb without wasting any time. Bomb for 30 points. Now it's back to Momi with VIRENDI. What are his options here, guys?
But once again, I'm
I mean, no
sure
bingo.
he must be worried about the OI setup here because the B is still unseen. Although a bingo ending with B there would be very unlikely, but I'm sure it would really be focused on tailoring the board and making sure that he's not giving anything back to his opponents.
Yes, I think the only scenario where we might even see that is maybe a bingo ending with BR, but then how often, do we see bingos like that? So it might not be looking to take out that spot. Might just be looking to score and maybe extend his lead even further.
Yeah, I think he's opting for Arid. And before he did play that, I think there's a little bit of issue with the time because Lukman's time kept rolling. So for a minute, I thought it was his turn again. But now it's back to Lukman, and he has a rack of ATITDSX. What do you think he should play here,
Yeah,
guys?
he has XIS, one of his highest scoring plays right now, hooking Preves. That would set up axis, but as you can see from the unseen, from the from the unseen tiles, there are no A's left to even hook that. So I'm not even sure what the course of action could be here. And as we can see, his time is running out.
I mean, doing XRS, if it does in fact do that, it might set off alarms, and Mumin might think it has the blank and is doing some sort of setup because we've not seen the second blank yet. So Mumin might just, be forced to play VX, but it looks like he's doing Pavid instead, keeping his S Pavid for 13.
All right, Pavid it is from Lokman, and interestingly, the second and the last blank of this game has landed on his rack. Hmm. All right, back to Mumin with ITBN IVE. I believe Lukman would be under intense time pressure right now, and Mumin still have like enough time on his rack, and he's one of those fast players we do get to see here on stream. And towards the end game, they do have like about 10 minutes, 10 minutes plus to get to think about it very well, which is something I admire about these players.
The thing is, Momi knows he has absolutely nothing to be worried about. If you look at the tiles left, MNTTSUX blank. So he's feeling very, very confident that there is no way Lukman can have a big gun. As you can see, he's going for BINDI, and the game would soon be over.
Wow, Mumin has won this one again. This was such an exceptional game from both players. Mumin is such an amazing player, and Lukman, of course, fought very hard in this game. But sometimes Scrabble happens.
Yeah, we could say that. And now with less than 30 seconds, I think he's using his blank, and this should be Ox, I believe. OX.
Yeah, that scores 37 points. And now I'm sure Lukman will just be focused on trying to maintain the second position he has on the standing. So it's going to be between himself and Charles the Ghanaian, who won last year. But congratulations to Abdulmumin Jimo, the Nigerian, the prodigy who we saw in the World Championships do really, really well, and now is dominating all across Africa.
Yes, hearty congratulations to him. Also, kudos to Lukman. I mean, at some point in the game, there was a about 190. Um, Mumin was leading with about 190, and somehow Lukman was able to reduce that deficit, and now the spread is less than 100. So yes, kudos to Lukman as well.
Kudos to him indeed, because it's not an easy task. I believe this is the 27th round, and to be honest, these players are really trying, and I really do give it to them, irrespective of the scores, and they really do inspire me to be better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Mumin was leading with almost 200 as at the point in the game, and now we're seeing the game come officially to a close. Let's switch to the overhead mic if we can see any, get any post-mortem from both players. All right, it seems not a lot has been said there. Mumin clinches the win for Scrabblemania 3.0 2025 in Liberia. And hearty congratulations to him. What a fantastic feat he has achieved here in a pool of 34 players all across the world. Really strong players from Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and even Ireland. And here we see the young gun clinching the win here. What do you guys think?
Such an amazing run from Mumin. He has been so exceptional. I always look forward to having him on stream because he plays, is very strategic. He plays very optimally. And yes, he's such a brilliant player. He's an inspiration to the youngsters in Scrabble. And yes, he's proof that there is hope for, Scrabble in the coming generation. So yes, he's such an amazing player. Congratulations to him. It's a well-deserved win.
Yeah, and with that, congratulations again to Momin as it takes round 27. And one thing I really like to note about Momin is his consistency, and he keeps showing up on stream, and that is to show you his level of skill that he has. And even deep into this tournament, his decision making has been very sharp, and his rack management clean, and he's not really giving his opponents any chances to really um, take on him. So he's been having a very dominant run so far, and I look forward to see more and more from him. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us. Round 28 will come up shortly.
Welcome everyone to round 28 of the tournament. As anyone who followed in the last game, I can confirm that Jimo Abdulmumin has won Scrabblemania 3.0, but even at that, there is still sport prizes left to be clinched by other players, and Tachi Charles here is competing against Owolabi Lukman, most likely for the second position with the three games left to go. And quickly, Charles playing Daubing, the first bingo of the game, the first move from Charles, and is off to a great start. Joining me in the commentary booth, I have Coin Sola Lasaki here with me.
Wonderful to be back for round 28, and also congratulations to Jimo Abdul Mumin. All right, we have Tachi Charles and Olabi Lukman on stream, just like you said, but I can't quite see Lukman's rack right now, so I think we'll wait for that to be
Uh,
fixed.
we'll have that fixed in a bit. Let's take a quick look at the standings, and all things being equal, I believe Charles is topping the standings as at round 27. Oh, sorry, it's Olabi Lukman with 18 wins and 9 losses, and then right after him is Tachi Charles with 17 wins, 10 losses. So just one win difference there. But Cyril from Nigeria is also locking in there with 17 wins also. And we have Wesley Jonathan, the Liberian, with 16 wins. I believe this would be the top contenders right now for the second place. Also on stream, I have Okweoluwa Omotayo joining us too.
Hi guys, great to be back.
Okay, still waiting on Lookman Styles to be fixed, but we'll have that sorted shortly.
All right, we can't quite see his rack just yet, but we see him going in for foam. Yeah, foam scores 26, and from the rack of FOETCIC we see 4 come down for 19. Current scores should be Charles's 95 to Owolabi Lukman's 26. Still waiting for them to fix Lukman's rack. All right. The technical team should be on it. The cam is not properly placed, so as soon as they fix that, we will be able to see his rack clearly. Right, this is round 28, and we already have a winner, Jimo Abdul Mumin. The rack cam has been fixed, and we see BLOGED and the first blank of the game on his rack. It doesn't quite have a playable bingo on this board at this time, but it could do big for 22. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think Playing Berg right now is a solid option. You could play Berg or Bed in the same spot, just bid it full for 22 points, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, back there for 22 points seems pretty standard. Keeping ODL fine. Charles started with the bingo, but there's no need to be all panicky about that. So Beg scoring well and retaining good tiles seems like the move, but the same going for something completely different.
Yeah, looks like he's opting for bugged. That will leave him with L blank. Maybe he's looking to go for mortals instead.
Yeah, I think that might be his rationale behind that move. Playing Bugs, leaving L blank, open to pick. Okay, I think he's yet to commit, and he's picking that up back. Okay, now he set aside Beg. He's probably thinking to play that just beneath the spots that we thought he was going to go for initially. So we might be seeing Beg come down. And yeah, it has been committed. Beg it is for Owolabi.
Yeah, I think something Bog would have done for him is leave this spot open for a seven-letter bingo there and also floated the D out in space in case he could bingo through that. But Beg instead keeps things pretty tight and it's quite reasonable why he's going for that.
Well, it's touches done with TICWERT, and he might just play underneath the bag. Maybe something like wet for 27 and T wheat for 28, but it looks like he's doing words instead for 29.
Yeah, I think it's opting for words. Okay, you already committed that. Scoring, I think, 2 points more and leaving out C CIT, I believe. And now it's back to Owolabi, and I'm saying WH. Okay, he's wasting no time. I think he's going for HOGH instead, leaving WDL. What do you guys think about that move? Do you think that's his best choice for that turn?
Yeah, it's something that seems pretty reasonable, similar to what Bogged would have done in the last one. I think you're seeing a challenge here, so that's going to be 5 extra points for Lukman playing HOGH there. And as I was saying, this move, just like before, now allows a bingo in two more spots on the board. One here. Oops, sorry about that. One, let's see Charles turn the board 360. Anyways, a bingo can fit here and here now. So I guess that's the rationale behind that move.
Yes, that's probably what he was thinking. Looks like each player has one blank. Tachi with one and Owolabi Lukman with another one. And TACITY blank is the rack for him. He has a bingo through the MI, a 9 letter atomicity. Uh Not quite sure if he would spot that. He has city set aside, so maybe he's looking for something that actually ends with city. Maybe he's looking at that MI spot as well. But yeah, that's the only playable bingo for him on this board right now. Other options would be to maybe just drop the Y, playing doggy DOGEY for 20. Hoping to maybe pick one of the many E's outside. Yes.
To be honest, I like when I see the blanks being distributed evenly between the two players. I like to call that division of blanks. And right now, just like you rightfully said, it could play atomicity, and in fact, it would be very beautiful to see because it's not only a bingo; it's a nine-letter. And at some point, he did set aside CITY, maybe hoping to play something from his rack because spotting that from that MI, I'm not gonna lie, it's something that is very obscure. But if he's able to pull that through, it will be very beautiful to see on this turn.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm sure atomicity is a word that Charles know, but it's not something easy to spot. And the fact that you have to make your blank and O. The thing is, if he had the O as a style, maybe just maybe you could spot the move. But the fact that you have to run through the alphabet rather from A to Z and have to see that okay, it's only O you can use to bingo a nine letter will make it really difficult. So I think if you were to miss that, maybe as you guys have said, just playing the Y here is something they might think of, or maybe TAY here is a move too. And I think that's okay, we are saying CAY instead.
Interesting, actually. Deciding to keep two T's. CAY scores 26, 4 points more than TAY.
Yeah, interesting choice indeed. But looking at Lukman's rack, we should or we might be seeing a bingo here because I do see a couple of his rack. I think I see Swindle, and that fits perfectly just beside K with his S hooking the OY. And aside that, I think the top choice would be to play Wedels, I believe Wedelns. That scores a whooping 89 points. And I think that is in fact what we are seeing here on stream. He's yet to designate, and yeah, now he's done that.
I think that was a lovely find from Olabi there. Wedelns is the top choice, scoring 89 points, and that would take him into the lead at 161 for him to Charles's 150. But as we can see, with the blank on Charles's rack, he might have a bingo reply, or at least be looking to bingo very, very soon.
Interestingly, on Charles's rack alongside the blank AOITTE, the playable bingos he has on this turn, all of them except one would open, you expose a triple triple lane. The only one that would not be exposing the triple triple lane is through the MI, where you could have played at Atomicity. Diatomites, that scores 61, but the highest scoring bingo would open, a triple triple. He has options like Tetanoid, Taconite, Intonate, all these open the triple triple lane. So do you guys think it would be, looking to take that risk? I mean, the first blank is already played. So
I feel like if he's able to spot diatomites, I mean, it does score, I think, just 4 points less than the highest scoring bingo it could go for. Yeah, and I think playing safe right now and just going for diatomites is the best because imagine if he's hit with a niner just after playing the 61 points, so it won't be looking good for Tachi. So I think playing diatomite, if he's able to spot it, would be a safe option right now.
But I mean, it's easier said than done. That Atomite is not an easy find. Atomicity find might be something he might see, but that Atomite is not the average day-to-day word. But still, this is Tachi Charles, a very impressive player from Ghana, and who knows, he might sport that. But regardless, he has no TTIE through the N in Daubin or other options, but we see him going for DOIT rather.
Wow.
I mean, that says 15. Maybe he, obviously doesn't want to take that risk of opening the triple. I mean, words like tetanoid, intonate, and the likes, that I had would not, pass him by. It would be easy for him to have spotted it, but maybe he's looking to score, I mean, higher than 60, maybe something in the 70s or in the 80s with, the bingo. Maybe that's the reason why I decided not to do that. And looking over to Lukman's side, we see him with just two consonants, that's two N's and five vowels, E-E-U-I-O.
Honestly, I think you could just do EU. I would say if you could do EUOI, but that leaves the double N. So if he's hoping to like play one of those, at least maybe you could play Union through the end of well dance. Let us score less, scoring just 10 points, but it leaves EEN. What do you guys think you should do here?
Yeah, there are no easy plays here. No matter what he does, it seems to either give back too much to his opponent or not leave the best of tiles. So, looking through at the options, we could start with EUI would play down here, I believe, but it would leave ENN, which is not something you want to keep. If you play Union here, it exposes the O there for a yeah, maybe like a Z bomb or something. So you're seeing going for EUI through the E in Wedelms. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, leaving NENE.
I mean, maybe it's just instinct that his opponents might bingo to the T, and so he decided to take that spot out. And looking at Tachi's rack, it would the highest scoring play for him would be 70 points. Iteration through the IO of Doit and EUI. Um, that's the highest you can score. Although there's RTS through the S of Weddons for 60. Other than iteration, the rest for 60 or less.
I really do think Lukman's rationale behind playing EUOI at that spot is because he's actually trying to probably block that spot. But interestingly, with what Charles is having, even at that spot, he could play there. He could play tie tritate, I believe, tritiate. Yeah, tritiate is the word, or tritiated on that same spot. That is a nine letter, I believe. But the longest, the highest scoring bingo is what you just said, which is iteration. So I'm very curious to see what Charles makes of this turn.
It's interesting to see how this game and this board is forcing Charles to find nine-letter words as his optimal plays. We saw that atomicity earlier on would have been the move for him, and then later on, diatomite would have been the most defensive play if he had spotted it. And now, yet again, iteration, the nine-letter word he has to find to score 70 points in this turn. Maybe, just maybe, this is a wake up call for Charles to start studying more nines after this tournament.
Indeed, indeed. Looks like he's not able to spot arts here, so inspiration. He's opting for artists instead. That scores 58, which is, not a lot.
Yeah, but yeah, he does play the bingo. He could spot, and back to Lukman with Anuleeen. All right. I think he could play Une, Ulnae, just right above artist through the end of Windows, I believe, for 20 points. Other than that, I think other options I see are below 20, and maybe through the A of artists coming down to the triple lane. He could play AUNE. That does score significantly less for just 12 points. Wonder what he does here.
Yeah, AUNE it would be something I personally would be leaning to because if that were to come down, then you're opening up the board a bit more. At least now you have the N and the E floats for yourself. So looking at the other places on the board right now, it would be really difficult for Lukman to either score well or bingo because it's looking pretty choked up. And can I just pitch this while I can to Vespa, since we have the Vespa chairman here, that it's about time that we add a beg to the dictionary because that would really come in clutch in this game.
Do you know the thing? I actually thought of when I saw that beg come down, I thought of a beg. A beg was what came to my mind, but I just had to let it go.
I really think they need to consider that too. Please, I beg.
All right, I think One it is coming down top choice here, 20 points, leaving E and N. Wasting no time, I think Charles is going for Gilly, and yeah, Gilly scores 30 points, and immediately it's back to Lukman.
Yeah, in that turn, he had moves like RG available for him, which would leave LIE, which seems pretty reasonable. But the downside is you're giving back too much to your opponents. The E floats, Lookman can easily cash in on that. And the best thing about this move is AE does not take any back hook. So this side of the board is completely closed off right now for any bingo.
Yes, I mean the board it looks pretty conditioned to me at this point. Oof, it's going to be a really tough one, and the scores are still pretty close: 253 for Charles and 192 for Lukman. And Lukman is in a bit of a sticky situation with just one vowel: CPNNGS, and the only vowel E. Not a lot of options for him. Maybe just doing spec, to the S of artist for 21, or peg for 19, to try to open up the board a little bit. But yeah, it's not a lot of options for him.
Yeah, I think if he's actually trying to open up right now, considering the scoreline, he could play Peck. PEC just with the C hooking the HAW right above the board, and keeping its S, and in hopes to maybe pick favorably the next round, next turn, and possibly bingo and come back into the game. Other than that, I think playing spec beneath the board doesn't really do much for him.
Personally, I would be leaning towards PEC because that would set up your S for spec, which would fit here. But we see him just going for cab instead, which I guess is the same idea, setting up S for scab.
I think at this point, he just has to take his chances. But then again, it's very risky to an extent, especially because there are more than hold on. Revolt is on Tachi's rack, and I mean Scab just got open. So that's 78 point. Do you think would be missing that? Do you think he would be missing that?
Then I really do not expect to see Kaba come down instead. Okay, I think definitely this is more like it. Now we would be seeing revolts come down. This must be a very huge blow on Owolabi's face, considering he did open up that spot hoping he could use it to come back in the game. And immediately we see Tachi cashing in on that and playing revolt for 78 points. Wow.
Yeah, that must be a crusher for Lukman, especially with the fact that he can't reply back with a bingo of his own. You can see him shaking his head there. I think he's a player who sort of telegraphs what he's thinking or the tasks he might have, and I'm sure he feels pretty pumped about that move.
For a minute there, Charles almost missed the bingo. I mean, if he had just put the ER there and, if he had tapped the time, I think he would have figured out that he missed it. But as soon as he saw it, we could see um, the quickness to play the move. I thought that he was going to miss that and we would not be seeing it come down.
Definitely, definitely. I was scared for a minute that we were saying Kaba, and immediately he spotted it. He went for it. All right, I see. Lukman goes for Pengo instead. I believe he's trying to open up this board as much as he can. Just to um save himself if he still can in turns to come. Now it's back to Charles with Minatiq. What options do we have here for him?
I mean, right now, he would be looking to dump the Q, and maybe QIN seems pretty standard, just playing it here, and that would obstruct the nine timer through the R. But we see him going for, okay, I think he wants to play Team Pani, which would be understandable, but I'm not sure if that is okay. It is valid. That would retain the Q, and there is still one U in the bag, and I think that would be an interesting choice because it knocks out both triple triple.
I mean, he has gone for Trank. Trank scores 45, and I think 45 is a lot to pass on. So, he has been able to take out the R. And as for the P, the P is not the easiest letter to play a triple triple through, especially since both blanks have been used.
Yeah, definitely. I really wonder what's going through Lukman's mind right now. It's looking like all hope might be lost. And looking at his rack, I'm seeing DONSDRP.
He
If he's
had
trying
the
to,
X and he has dropped down the X here for 52 points, I think, or 50 points rather. So I'm sure he was happy to see
okay,
that opening for himself, and it's back to Charles now.
okay, okay.
And now looks like Charles would be conditioning the P, taking out that P. Hasn't quite made up his mind yet, but there's the option of playing Roupy, Roupy, or something a little bit different. Looks like he's opting for Europe.
If he's opting for Europe, he does score 27, I believe. And okay, he's committed that already. Now it's back to Olabi. It's PRODDNS.
Yeah, and I like
If he's
his decision here, playing PAEDO. As you can see, that would open up the O as a floater, and even the D here is a floater. So I think that's a really nice choice, considering the fact that the E on top of the board is still open.
We see Tachi going for DIUM. VIR. Of course, that's not valid, and we would be seeing a challenge of that.
That was quite an interesting tone. I wasn't expecting to see that, but this is Scrabble and anything can happen. I believe that has been challenged off board.
Yeah, the
Why do you
word
guys
is Diumviri. Oh, sorry, Duumviri is the valid word there, or Duumvir. So I understand that that might be a bit confusing, and maybe that's why he thought that was valid, but he's saying that's rightfully challenged off.
All right, SSIINDR. Maybe Lukman would be looking to play out one of the essays, although it would not score more than 20 to 22 points. If he does I reads, that scores 22, although he opened, the triple lane. But if he does reads, he scores 20. I'm not sure if he would want to keep both essays. Maybe he would be looking to dispose one of the two essays. Or what do you think?
Yeah, I think at this point, and it could be thinking to play either iReads, like you said. It could be watchful about it could also play Brian's RINDS, the same sports. I think they both scored the same. I think right now any of his move might contain one of the S's he's having.
With the phony that Charles played, Lukman has nearly complete information on what he would be picking after this move. But we see him going for a phony, playing Sordinis. I am sure this is not valid. I would be saying a challenge here. Sordini is valid, but there is no Sordinis.
Wow.
Wow, two phones played back to back. It was Charles first with Diomvir and now Saldini's, which would obviously be, challenged off and has been challenged off.
To be honest, I think that was just a try just to see if he could get back into the game because I didn't really see that coming. To be honest, I know of Sodini and I did know it didn't take an S, and seeing that being tried was quite interesting to see. So now with the same rack with Tachi and to be honest, I'm curious to see what he makes of it. But he could play Merc, I believe, Murk, and with the K hooking HAWK, and I think that scores about 34, although he does leave IIV. What do you guys think he should do here if he doesn't play Merc?
And I was noting the other time that Lookman with the phony that Charles played would have had an idea of what is in the bag. But now it is Charles now who can tell the exact six tiles left in the bag because he knows that Lookman just played SSIINR and the D, I believe. So he knows that there's AAEK NZ left in the bag for him to pick after this turn. So this is something that Lukman could have used in for himself in the last turn, knowing that Charles played out six tiles and then he would simply cross that out and know that this would be the tiles left in the bag. So a costly try from Lukman there, although it's understandable why you would want to play the bingo thinking you're reducing as much cumulative as you can. But I think a better assessment of that turn could have been made.
Yes, indeed. And after that phony, it would, I mean, seeing that he has both S's, Charles would be looking to, take out that spot. I mean, he could do DIVI right there to prevent bingos ending with, OR coming down later on, or take out the N up there, maybe putting the VIA, they're playing Vina, that's kind of takes care of that spot. But now, Tachi has enough information to know what's in the bag and what to do.
Yeah, we see him did opt for div instead, DIV, and it's back to Lokman with the same rack of DIINRSS. Now, I don't really see much of a choice or options for him to get back into this game, talk more of winning. But if he's able to block, okay, I don't even see any options of him doing that. But he could play DIS, just the S hooking HAW. That does score just 14 points, leaving INRS. Now I'm getting a hint that this could, the chances of him winning with this move is just 2%. Other than that, any other thing he plays has zero chances of him winning.
Yeah, with 4 tiles left in the bag, he has to make sure he's not emptying the bag and try and scheme for perhaps an out bingo. But with this deficit, it would probably not matter. So we see him taking his time. He knows that the cumulative in every game matters. So he knows this might be a loss for him, but he would try to reduce the deficit as much as he possibly can. But we can see him setting aside ID and maybe still hoping that he could bingo through the E in Pengu, or maybe open up something else for himself. But maybe, just maybe, there are scenarios where he could end with an ION bingo through the O in Paydo or something. But let's see what happens.
Alrighty, arrange DI right underneath Glee. I mean, the tiles left in the bag, ZANK, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think any bingos can come out of that. So, regardless of whatever it plays now, I think it's really safe to say that Charles would definitely be winning this game.
Yeah, we could say that, considering the condition of the board, what it's having, and it's not really looking like it is Lukman's game at this point, and I wonder what must be going through his mind right now.
Yeah, but I think I just have to say it has been a couple of horrendous draws for Lukman, because after the move WEDELNS here, we've seen him struggle and struggle. He only could play words like EUI after play on a E here, and ever since he has been struggling with either too many vowels or too many consonants, and it's a tough game, but he just has to make up his mind on what to play, and we can see him going for DI.
Well, he has made that move and he has just 56 seconds left on his clock. Wow. Must be really draining for him. I can't even lie. 56 seconds has to finish the game, or he would, run into time. He would have time deficit after UARAMIE for Charles. I mean, Charles just has to see this game through. It's definitely a win for him. Maybe doing UVEA, or for 21. I see him arrange Rim on the board.
I think he's having second thoughts. He's going for RIEM. instead. I think, irrespective of whatever he plays right now, it's safe to say this is Charles' game, and not wasting no time. I see Lukman coming in with rings.
Yeah, I think that was the reasoning behind the DI move earlier. I thought it was scheming for a bingo, but it seems it was eyeing the opening to the triple there to score over 40 points, which it just did. And I think that was pretty interesting to see from him there.
Pretty interesting. Obviously, he's very much aware that he has the last two essays, and yes, at least they would be able to reduce the spread and take a score.
Yeah, definitely. I see. Charles did pick the Z at the last draw, and he played Za immediately for about 13 points. Now back
I'm
with
curious,
NS.
did Charles mistrack, and how is Lookman missing a 30-point outplay of SIN here? I'm really, really surprised to see both players make that error here.
I mean,
I'm
for Lukman,
surprised
I feel
as well.
pressure, to be honest, and he had less than 20 seconds left, and he just went for the first move. He probably just did see on sight, so that could be a reason why.
I mean, we could say that, but regardless, I think as soon as your opponent, goes there, you should be paying attention to what your opponent is doing. I mean, he scored six, when he had 30 points to score, but maybe just like you said, it's because of the time. He had about 20 seconds left on the clock and had to make a swift decision.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations
Um,
to
Final scores now is Charles's 455 to Lookman's 365. I'm sorry for cutting you short there, Coin Solar.
Oh, no, not a problem, not a problem. Congratulations to Charles for winning this round. Amazing play from him. A few misses, atomicity and the likes. But overall, this was such an interesting game. Yes, of course, we've crowned the winner, Dimo Abdul Mumin, and Tachi Charles Lukman Owolabi, who is second with 18 wins, or maybe a serial third with 18 wins. Tachi, who we just saw on stream now, win this game against Owolabi Lukman, would now be on 18 wins. So already, other players still have a chance to finish second, third. Um, yeah, so they still have chances to make a podium finish. So
Yeah, definitely, and I believe the second, third, and I think to like the fifth would be between Tachi Charles, who we just saw, Lukman, Serial. The last two games is really going to dictate how the rest of this leaderboard is going to be looking like. So thank you very much for joining us. We just saw round 28. Stay tuned while we bring round 29 coming to you soon. Thank you.
All right. We're back for round 29 after that short break. Again, still on stream, Owolabi Lukman versus Tachi Charles. We had them on stream, and Tachi won that game. Looks like they would be starting now without wasting any time. Opening rack for Lukman is Reydmes.
Hello,
Looks like
everyone.
he could
It's
score
still
32 points.
Excel Moyoi here. Really glad to be back here for round 29.
Wonderful to have you here, Excel. Opeoluwa would not be joining us for this round, sadly. But yeah, we'll be here to give you guys, wonderful commentary, and wonderful updates.
Yes. Um, we see Lookman with MerySed, and I think the move he should be looking to make here would be Remedy. Remedy scores 32 points, and it seems really nice keeping the S. And the best thing about it is it doesn't expose the E atop the double letter score. So that seems pretty standard here.
Yes, I think you should be looking to do Remedy. Scores 32, which is very high. Um, All right, looks like he's doing MY instead. Maybe hoping to pick, two tiles that will go with his rack leave of DERS and come back with a bingo for his next turn. But yes, MY is the play he decided to, make.
Yeah, that's understandable. Reeds is a fantastic leave, and with the right draw, it should be bingoing next turn. Back to Tachi Charles here with DRTGOW. I'm sure I was hoping for a perhaps an A for Water Dog or maybe an H for the growth, but none of that is coming his way. And now he has a couple of options here. Can you walk us through?
I mean, it could do Wodge, WODGE, right on top of the M of MY or underneath. Both score 20. Also out OWT if he's looking to, play safe and not expose the triple word score and the double letter score. So it could do OWT instead, or just do wedgie for 17. The only downside to that is the E would be, floating and looking over to Lukman's rack, it could play something like demurred to that E. So a playing wedgie would not really favor him.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, almost anything he plays here would give back something to the opponent, even if it's not a bingo ball. His opponent would most likely score higher than it does on this turn. MY is such a defensive play, and it would force your opponent either to give you back something unless you have an M, which would play above the M already on the board and maybe keep things tight. But right now, he might be thinking of swapping or yeah, I think that's what he's doing, keeping ORETD really careful about giving back something to Lukman. All right, it might seem like we've lost Coinsola there for a second, but I'm sure we'll have her back on stream soon. Okay, MED is the move here for Lukman, retaining DERS. Not a lot he could have done in that turn. And as I said earlier, that having an M is the only way you could really score and keep things really tight on this board. Back to Tachi Charles with Roleted. No bingos for him on this board. So he would yet again need to balance his tiles and keep things pretty close. The scores are Lukman's 39 to Charles's 0. No move yet has been played by Charles on this board. We saw an exchange in the first move. For now, we see him going for redo, leaving TL. This opens up the board wide enough, and I'm guessing is tired of keeping things close or trying to gun for that bingo. And here he just wants to play out styles and keep things open. Rido comes down for 18 points, and we see Lukman with Bidfers. That's some nice scoring tiles he has. And interestingly, with the opening of O, he has Fibrost that plays across that O. Fibrost scores really, really well, about 78 points, and would extend his leave further. So, would we be seeing this word from Lukman? Fibrosed would be the play, but instead, it misses that and plays Fib for 34 points, yet again leaving that DERS. Okay, I think we have Coin joining us back in the commentary here. All right, apologies. Seems the issue persists. Okay, Tachi with WITELOE has moves like OWIE, plays beneath uh, def here, scores pretty decently, leaving LET. OWIA seems like a really good move. The downside is you're exposing this spot here for your opponents, but it does a lot for him, and we see him going for WITE instead. I believe this takes some hooks here, so is this something he would really want to do? I'm guessing he has thought it through and is going for the move regardless. The WITE played for 28 points back to Lukman RUDSRES. It looks really bingo friendly, but unfortunately, there will be none available for him. And with the last opening from Charles, a move like SURD here scores really nice and retains a very good leave. SURD here scores about 30 points. Yeah, exactly 30 points, leaving ERS. The downside, obviously, is it would expose a nine timer, but would he want to leave that opening lurking on this board? And taking a quick sneak peek at Charles's tiles, we see the first blank of the game on his rack, and I believe we'll be seeing a bingo next turn. But still, it is Lukman's turn. I'm sure his intuition here is telling him there might be a bingo or something, but unfortunately, there isn't. Okay, we see him going for SURD, pretty decent, leaving ERS. It's worth noting that WIT takes the D2, but SURD here is the move for Lukman. And would this be exposing a nine timer for Charles? Let me take a quick look with the rack. VOLINE blank. Unfortunately, no nine timers, but still really fortunate because the floating D gives him options like involved, scoring 83 points. So I'm sure he's glad to see that opening regardless. But we'll see him take a bit of time, making sure he's not missing any nine timers here. But I can confirm that there are none available for him, and involved would be the move for Charles. All right, we're seeing that come down, and I can confirm is designating his blank as the V. Involved 483 points would bring the scores to Charles's 129 to Lukman's 103. But we can see Lukman very quickly playing QI there, letting go of that Q, leaving the XERRS combination. Charles now with OUTLIE. I'm not sure what the last time. Oh, another U. I'm sure he's not happy to see two U's on his rack and all 1 point styles that won't score really well on this board. Still, he still has outlie playable at top MY. Let me see if I can draw that here. Okay, he is opting for OYER hook instead, but I can confirm that outlie can play here for a lot more points. Guessing a rushed that move. It beats UMM and CYER at the hooks there he needed to see, but instead we're saying outlie play for 15 points. Look, man, GRRESX. Three R's. Not sure he's happy to see that. And right now, the best he could do is Rex, as we've seen him do. And that scores 32 points. All right, I've gotten confirmation that Koinsola is back here with me for the commentary.
Yes, sorry for the break in transmission. Looks like a lot has happened. Um, I can see the scores 131, 129, still pretty close.
Yeah, it is. We've seen Lukman struggling with um, a couple of tiles there. From the start of the game, we've seen him scheming for a bingo, trying to play SURD there, leaving RES. He played QI, leaving RRSEX, but ever since he's been, going farther and farther away from joining to a bingo. And right now, we're seeing with RGSJRZH, no vowels and sides for him.
This pretty tough. Maybe you'd be looking to exchange on this turn. Um, I think that's what it should do. Maybe exchange.
And the funny thing is, he has a lot of tiles that ideally Scrabble players would want. You can see the S there, which obviously you want that, the J and the Z. But unfortunately, without any vowels and the fact that the J and Z are there in the same turn, it would significantly obstruct him from playing really high scoring moves here. So we see him set aside the GR. Maybe he wants to play that somewhere and still retain the high scoring tiles, open for maybe an opening next turn. But we can see the scores are still pretty tight, and even an exchange here would not hurt too much.
Yes, especially when it doesn't look like Tachi would be coming, to play a bingo anytime soon. So I think an exchange here would really not be a bad option.
Yeah, that's right. If is pretty adamant about not exchanging, then maybe he could consider SUGH through the U insert, which scores a bit decently, leaves the J and the Z, but also two R's. I'm not saying anything better that he can do on this board. Maybe, just maybe, GRRL through the L in outlie. But still, that doesn't do too much for him. But I have a feeling he really wants to play through this turn and he doesn't want to exchange. Okay, we're saying SUGH come down, just trying to squeeze out as much score in this board as much as he can. SUGH scores 22 points, still retains the J and the Z opening, hoping for an opening next turn. Tachi Charles now with NOWECOK. With the last move of Lukman, he has know how for him through the H in SUGH. So know how here seems really nice. It leaves CK, which has a bit of synergy. C and K are two tiles you would love to see together. So know how here scoring 22 points is a nice move here if he can spot it. You see him set aside OON. Maybe he wants to play run through the R in third, um, leaving WECK.
I think, if he does something like Chow, playing through the H, he has the opportunity to play something like KO on the next turn, but looks like he has spotted know how.
Yeah, know how here is nice for 22 points. And if he draws into an O, I'm sure he would be really hoping to play a KO here that scores really nice and to keeps things really tight on this board. So back to Lukman. Finally, some vowels for him: JRIZGR.
I mean, with this, he could be able to score, decently on this turn and the next. Maybe if he does something like ZARI for 26, playing to the eye of outlie, then maybe on the next turn he'll be able to score something higher.
True, but we see him going for Jarl. It's pretty risky since you're exposing the J right next to a double word score, and a move here would score really well for the opponent. But I guess it's trying to open up the board, and the more open the board is, the higher its chances of really cashing in that Z for a lot of points. So, but as we can tell, Charles doesn't even have the hooks for the J. There's JO and there's JA, but he doesn't have any of those styles. And I doubt that he would be playing anything at that side of the board.
Indeed, he might just be looking to do something as simple as jerk. Only downside is it's opening that triple lane if your opponent has the S coming down. Jerks and yes, could score a a whole lot. And we can even see that Lukman has it. So if he does do jerk, then Lukman would definitely be coming for that spot. And it looks like he has jerk set aside, so he's probably looking to do that.
Yeah, and the risky thing with Jerk
Or
is it
not.
also takes the back hook Y. So jerky would be something it would be scared of. And as we can see in the tiles, on Saint tiles, there's still one Y on Saint, but we can see it's going for crank instead, leaving TED.
I think Crank is a safer option, although 46 points. He has now given an opportunity for Lukman to play 46 points, which is going for Girsh for 46, and he still retains his Z, which he could get the opportunity to score um a couple of points on his next turn.
True, and I think that's one of the reasons why Lukman played the Jarl move, that you're going to force your opponent to do something about that play, and then when it does, then he was hoping to cash on the opening that would also cause. So Crank stated that it would lead to this poor play of GIRSH, but it was the best he could have done at that point to sort of obstruct that J opening that was made. And quickly, we are seeing tide come down for Charles.
Yes, tied 27. This game is still very much close. After the play of tide, the spread would be less than 40, so it's still anyone's game. Lazengs. Um, it could play Glean, playing to the end of Cranks, taking care of that spot. Although he exposes, the threat of ING on the triple lane, but Glean scores decently well, and they still get to keep the Z, which is a high scoring tile.
True that Glenn here would score really nicely, and Charles in the last turn could have played Titan in that same spot that would have scored a lot more than Tide. But right now, Lukman would be cashing in on that spot if he can spot it. Glenn there would leave NSZ, which looks pretty promising, although it exposes the G for a play here. But right now, 30 plus points is pretty tempting, but we see him going for GAK.
I mean, GAK also scores well. He scores 29, which is a lot, and he still gets to keep the Z, and he has the E to go with it. So, yes, GAK is a solid play.
Yeah, but it's really shortened down this board a lot further right now. The only opportunities for bingo would be Okin OYER. There is COYER, FOYER, and TOYER. So we can guess Lukman is trying to condition the board as well as he can, limiting scoring options for his opponents.
Indeed, for a moment there, I saw Tachi arrange Attic, maybe looking to hook it and open the board, but he changes his mind and plays TAO instead.
Yeah, TAO leaving CAIT is a nice leave, and as I just said, that C would hook COYER. So I'm guessing is trying to scheme for a bingo ending with C to play it, hooking Koya there. Really, really coy move if you ask me.
Yeah, I saw what she did there. Anyway, um, SYE comes down for 47, leaving LZNV. Not the most synergic rack leave, but then again, 47 points is a lot to pass on. So yes, SYE.
I know what's funny to me. Was it not just now that we were saying this game was so close, and both players were trying to be really careful and not give back too much to their opponents. But if you look at the scores now, Lukman's 329 to Charles's 236, and it's not like a bingo was even played by Lukman. All he did was just score things like GIRSH that scored over 40, and SYE scored over 42. So I think that's really nice for Lukman there.
Just like Piper said the other time, said there's really no manual, to play Scrabble. It's one thing to learn, the words. It's another thing to be able to be very smart and tactical about your plays. And we just saw him do Caliph, hooking Foyer Caliph, which was 23 points, and exposing the A right underneath the double word score. And as we can see, Lukman has the Z, and he would score 50 playing ZEL right on top of Caliph. So we should be seeing him do that. And also, he now has, a blank. So he has the second blank of the game on his rack.
Yeah, pretty tough for Charles there. I can't say for a fact that he has done anything wrong in this game. He had to go for the Caliph move and open up the board. The C and the A were new floaters, but unfortunately, we would see not just a 50 point play from Lukman, but a move that is going to further shut things down on this board.
Exactly, because now you'd have to play a word starting with C, down to be able to bingo on this board. And you would want to, if you're touchy, you would want to hope to pick the blank, which sadly is now on Lukman's rack. So it looks like it's tilting in Lukman's direction.
Yeah, and looking at the remaining tiles, there are 5 tiles left in the bag, so not enough tiles for Charles to scheme as well as he can. The best thing would have been if he had a bingo on this turn, but now he has to set up, and that would give Lukman a lot of information on what Charles might have after this move is made. So the odds are looking in Lukman's favor here, especially with the blank on his own rack. And we can see that 6 minutes are left on the clock for Charles and also 6 minutes for Lukman. More than enough time to properly assess this end game.
I mean, also looking at the condition of the board with a rack like Chelsea's, not a lot of options for him, and he's doing Botel for 13. The highest would have been to score 36 playing Zapateo, through the ZA of Z of Zell and C of Caliph, but that's very, can be very hard to find. So Botel for 13.
Yeah, that's right. I think the same idea would be something like Bonza, Bonza plays through the ZA here, and it will also expose the B float and the O float, which I'm sure Charles is looking to play bingo through, and also looking at the C in Caliph as a floater on the board. Bonza would have scored 3 points more. And I think that's just a train of thoughts that might be worth considering. But it's back to Lukman now with Pavone blank. No bingos for him on this turn, but the good thing about this is there are 2 tiles left in the bag. He knows for sure that there are no S's. So I think an interesting try would be just plain P here for Zap, and you would see that that would set up this lane here to pluralize Zap's next turn. So even if Charles bingos through the B or the O, eventually playing something beneath Zap here would probably outrun the bingo that Charles plays.
Yes, I think that would be an interesting, setup, but it looks like he's not taking any chances. He wants to take out the floats and is playing Pavone, and that scores
Yeah,
24.
Pavone is the move from Lukman. It empties the bag, and you will be left with blank AAO. And now with BEEITNA, no bingos for Charles on this turn. I'm sure he would have been hoping to play something down the C, but unfortunately, no bingos for him.
Well, he would just, maybe plan a two-move finish, playing PIET right underneath Pavone, or PIAN or PEN, but there's really not a lot that he can do.
That's right. And this game against Lukman was pretty important for Charles. It was important for Lukman too, but with this loss, it would make it nearly impossible to clinch the second place prize for Charles. And if you can recall, Charles won the uh, Scrabblemania 2.0 that happened last year, and we are seeing him struggle a bit in this field. Although he has been doing really, really well, but as we can see, Abdulmumin Jimo already won the first place prize, and with this loss here on stream, it would decrease his chances of clinching second or third position. But there's still one more game to go next round, so let's see what would happen.
All right, looks like Lukman has finished with ANOA, and that would bring us to the end of this game.
Yeah, final scores are Lukman's 416 to Charles's 298. What an amazing game this has been. It's still really shocking to me how there were no bingos played by Lukman, and we saw Charles played. The only bingo on this board involved scoring 83, but really high scoring plays like GIRSH and SYE from Lukman, and then to finish it off, ZEL just completely crushed all hopes for Charles here. Incredible play from the Vespa chairman.
Indeed, indeed, such an incredible game. I missed a few, but I saw SYE get played. I saw ZEL. Such amazing strategy from Lukman, and yes, he was able to score very well whilst maintaining his lead. So yes, beautiful play from him.
Okay, we'll go into the final games for this competition. Scrabble Mania 3.0 is gradually coming to an end. This has been round 29, and right after, we're going to have round 30 on your screens. Let's switch to the overhead mic and see if we
It's
can get
just
some chat from both players.
five rules. Shit, I missed that. Five rules. Give me the. I wanted to have played that. Man. So you see why now you come here.
Okay, we can see Lukman there realizing he missed fibros during the game. Once again, it's been Excel Muiwa here in the commentary booth with Coin Solar Lasaki. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back with the final round for today very soon. Welcome everyone to the final round of the tournament. It is round 30, and we have Cyril from Nigeria going against Owolabi Lukman from Ireland. Both players are competing for the second place prize of $1,600. So there's a lot at stake in this game. Cyril's opening rag Fuamion. Joining me in the commentary later on, we'll have Coin Sola Lasaki. Just sorting out a few things right now, but she will be joining me soon. Okay, we have UFO as the first move for Cyril. Interesting choice there. Current right now, I can recall that UFO takes the front hook B for Buffalo, and that would set up really nice scoring options or a bingo lane later on the board. Lukman now with Witgire. Not a lot he can do on this turn if he wants to keep the best possible tiles. Something like Wig would be the play here, and I have confirmation that Koinsola has joined me here in the commentary. Welcome, Koinsola.
Thank you so very much. Wonderful to be back here for the final game of this tournament. Yes, really excited to see how this game pans out.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot at stake in this game. Even though the top position or the top prize has been clinched by Abdulmumin Jimo, $1,600 is still up for grabs, and any of those two players would walk away with that sum. Back into the game with a rack of Wimanty, we see Cyril going for Tony.
I mean, from his rack, I think Tony is very good. You know, the choice is a very smart choice. I mean, it scores pretty well. Scores 29 and leaves him with IM.
Yeah, looking at Lukman's rack now, Kingers is what he has. Unfortunately, no bingos for him on this board. And would you be looking to play off the K leaving Ingrs, which is a strong leave, or he would want to play out more tiles, maybe even bond the S and hook ITS now? It's unsure what he would want to do on this turn, but I'm sure he's going to take his time and look through his options.
I mean, at first glance, I'll just think to play out the K and hope to, maybe pick the A from the bag or T or something like that. Um, but doing that, playing ing, a word ending with ing on this board, I think there are only just one or two spots where you can do that. So maybe looking to do just KY or KI.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's
And it
really
could
difficult here to decide if you're just plunking down the K for KY leaving GIRNES, which bingos a lot of times, or you want to score more and play out that I leaving RENGS, which is not as good as having that I with it.
Yes, and you might even decide to even do king, playing KING over there, leaving it with ERS.
Yes, that plays out more tiles and it has the risk of disturbing the synergic tiles he has right now. If you play with KING, you leave RES. And of course, you're open to bingo with that, but going into the back to pick four tiles, you can't tell what those four tiles are going to be. So, really tricky turn for Lukmandia. Knowing him, I'm sure he's going to take his time and assess as best as he can. I'm thinking he feels there is a bingo here. We saw him arrange GERKINS, but the word is GHERKINS, I believe. And we see him arranging circle now, which is invalid. I can confirm that there are no seven-letter bingos on his rack. So would we be seeing a phony? We can see him really, really thinking about it.
I mean, SERING and then K. Having this set of tiles, you would um want to think that there is a playable bingo for you on this turn, especially when these tiles go together very well. So yes, it's only valid if you put his time on this turn.
Through that, we see him set aside the K, thinking perhaps he should just plunk down the K there for KY. I think the only reason why I personally would not make that move is looking at the board, the only space for your bingo after that would be here. And you either have to start with the G or the N or the S. It's really likely yes, but would I want to just play the K there? If I would want to do that, then I think KI really opens up the board a lot more. So maybe KI is something I would be leaning towards. Regardless, we'll send him spend about 4 minutes or so on this turn, really, really taking his time there.
Wow, and he has done KY.
Yeah, KY is the move there. Unfortunately, it blocks the UFOS hook, which we can see has the S, but yeah, it's just trying to balance his styles as best as he can. We are seeing KYM. Oh, I was worried there for a second if Cyril was going to play a three-letter phony.
Yeah, looks like it was a mistake, but he has rearranged that. He's looking to play MC for 28.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. He had five vowels on that turn, and this move plays out three of those vowels. It's looking to go into the bag and pick a lot more tiles. The blank is still there, and so many other options for him. Look, man, wasting no time. Pingers is the word is playing here.
I mean, dropping the K and then going into the bag to pick the P just worked out very well for him. The INGRS leave was a very synergic leave. These styles go together. So yes, Pingers 83 comes down.
But I believe you're going to see a reply from Cyril, not a bingo, but at least a move that scores over 50. Jivey fits really nicely through the E in MC.
Yes, indeed, Jivey for 52. That would leave him with AEE. I mean, three vowels, but you have the opportunity to go into the bag to pick four tiles. So yes, AEE is not a bad leave. Jivey scores pretty well, 52.
Yeah, I guess the only downside is playing Jivey. You're leaving a really nice spot for your opponent to score over 40 or so next turn. And if Jivey comes down, we'll probably be seeing JAFA play by Lookman. So, uh, interestingly, is not going for that and he goes for JEE instead.
Quite surprising actually. I mean, JEE scores way less. It scores just 35 compared to, 52. Or of the reason why he must have made that move.
Yeah, and the thing is, even in that same sport, you could have played AJEE that would have scored a lot more than just JEE there. But still, the move has been made and it's back to Lukman now.
Yes, Lukman FAUTMAA goes in for FAA. That would leave him with MATU FAA, which scores 23.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice to me. It keeps the board pretty tight. You're not opening up anything unnecessary for your opponent.
Very true, very true. Cyril PI blank DAVY goes in to play Davy, although he had a bingo of Vapidly playing MC'd Vapidly for 78. Also Vapidly for 76 playing KY, but he seems to have missed that, but he scores 38 with Davy.
Yeah, rapidly down here. Oops, let me wait for the board to be flipped in a second. Rapidly Okin KY could have come down in that turn, or Okin MC'd here would have been really nice for Cyril, but unfortunately, we're seeing a miss from him there. The scores are Cyril's 142 to Lukman's 141. The race to the $1,600 prize for the second position continues.
Yes, from the rank of TUMATIX, we see Amity come down and is with holding the X.
I think this move is very sneaky. If you saw what he retained in that move, he left TUX. And looking at the board, TUX fits really, really nicely here next turn for over 50 points. So I think that was a really, really nice setup play from Lukman.
I mean, nice setup, but Cyril would be taking no chances. Although Cyril also had the opportunity to take out, that spot. He plays OP. He had a bingo, ISO spin, quite a number of bingos, but he, decides to just retain the blank and just take out that spot, playing OP. I don't know if it was a case whereby he didn't spot the bingo or if he just wanted to take out that spot.
Yeah, I have a feeling that has to be a miss. I spin there would have so almost obstructed. Yeah, it would have actually obstructed the setup for X. So I have a feeling that just has to be a miss, but it's understandable with IISO PS blank. You might not think at first that there are a couple of bingos there for Serial to play.
Actually, I actually saw him arrange ISO, then PINS. Not quite sure if you know he missed that or if it was just a coincidence. But now looks like we should definitely be seeing a bingo come down.
That's right, and that blank could be a bunch of things. We'll get confirmation in a bit what is assigning that blank as ISSIER. Could be Kisia, I believe. I think that could be a bunch of letters. So we'll see in a bit what is assigning that blank as. Okay, meanwhile, we'll continue with the analysis. Lookman has DNTRRUX, and it's just worth noting the blank could be a P for PCA, or M, a K, or an H. So, as I said, we'd get confirmation for that soon. But back to Lookman now with DRUXTNR. His
Some
moves
options
would.
for him, he
Oh,
could do
sorry.
DUX. Yeah, he could do DUX. Not a lot of options. I mean, he has just one vowel. Although, following his game, a part of me is predicting that he would not play out the X. He would, hold on to the X because I've seen him hold on to the X for in about 2, 3 games. So yes, he might not play out the X, and just like I said, he's going for TURD instead.
Yeah, the X there would not score that well anyway, so you might as well hold on to it and hope for an opening from the opponent. HALLOEN, I are saying Hallows come down for Cyril. Still his game right now, and Lookman wasting no time cashing in that X eventually.
Wow, looks like Cyril has drawn the Q, but no U to go with it.
Yeah, I okay, LRNEAEQ, and off the top of my head, I can't see any inspiring options for him except he just wants to drop the Q for QI, maybe for 11 points. Um, I'm sure he would have loved to have an I, maybe to play QAID through the D in third, but unfortunately, 11 is the best he can do on this turn, playing out that Q.
And that's exactly what he does. Looking at Lukman's rack, Cordans, Caldrons plays through the first L in Alos. Caldrons for 78. Do you think we'll be seeing that come down?
I mean, it's world number 8 as it stands, so Cauldrons would be a pretty easy find for him if he locks in on that spot. If he's unable to spot that, unfortunately, there are no other bingos for him in this turn. It's worth noting that there's Cauldrons too, so maybe he might see the Cauldrons move and maybe just maybe doubt that this one is invalid and it's only the one with the U that is valid. But let's see what he comes up with. And I would really like to say that I like Cyril's choice of playing the Q where he did, because it also fits here for the same 11 points. The Q here, he sets himself up for underlapping plays here, since we know he had the N in the previous turn, so he could play really nicely here for over 30 points pretty easily.
Yes, bit of a strategy there by Serial. Still hasn't found Lukman still hasn't found Caldrons. Maybe he's looking to do something a bit different. He could do Dawn, right underneath Ping, as the spot was pointed out. Could do Dawn over there, and that would score 28 and could even extend it further. Donna for 32.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that we're seeing really nice setup plays from both players from the start of the game. Earlier on, we saw Lukman just plunk down the K, leaving the best possible leave he could have. And then Lukman also playing Amitsi, setting up his X. But it did not stop there. Even the move of BUT was the setup for his X, and it eventually paid off, playing about 38 points or so in that sport. And Cyril too with his own little setup there with the QI, either looking to bingo or on the lap that spot. We see Lukman still looking confused. He has a feeling there has to be something here. And with the way the board is wide open, the H is floating, CH go pretty well together. We see him considering Chondras, but I don't think that takes the hook S, but Chandra might be okay, it's even invalid. So he has a feeling that there has to be something here. The H looks really tempting, but it's only playable English through the L in Hallows.
Yes, like you said, having the C on his rack, you would think it would definitely play to the H. I mean, the H is over there with the triple lane open, but sadly, the only playable bingo on this turn from his rack would be to play cauldrons.
I was seeing really taking his time and looking at the clock is 7 minutes behind Serial, just 5 minutes left on his clock, and there are still over 22 tiles left in the bag. Oops, a bingo there for Luke. Sorry, a miss there for Lookman. Cran is the move is going for.
Well, going over to Serial, Serial has a bingo of Aliener, although doesn't quite fit on this board at this time. So I'm thinking maybe just, drops one E, maybe playing NE, Crane, that scores 9. And it could look to just take advantage of the triple and play something like Acne um, or Akar, but he opts for Nicer instead.
Yeah, knowing Cyril, most Nigerian players don't fancy balancing their tiles too much and is going for nicer there, just trying to squeeze out any lead he can get in this game. Back to Lookman. After the miss of Kran, we're seeing him draw two more O's, and I feel like Kron would have been better, CRON, in that same spot, but now we're seeing with three O's, and it would really slow him down on this turn.
Indeed, for this turn, he could just score about 23, doing good, GOOD right on top of third. That kind of, sets up his S. I mean, he has an S playing to the triple lane if he decides to do that on his next turn. But other than that, he doesn't really have a lot of scores.
Yeah, we see him go for good, leaving NOS, not too many things he could do there, scoring 23 points. I believe there's GOODY, but there are no Ys left in the back, so not too much to worry about there.
Yes, I think it's a safe play. Zaulien is the rack for Cyril, and Cyril, might just be looking to do Riza or maybe raise to the R of Pingers to play down to the triple lane. I mean, it scores pretty decently, it scores 39. He has ZA set aside, maybe he's looking to do ZA right next to bots for 35.
Okay, we're saying going for ZEA instead, trying to limit the floaters on the board. I would not say it has a solid a solid lead per se. So I'm unsure why he's trying to shut down the board. From Oracle, Govnost, the saying Gov come down pretty quickly. I was thinking maybe just maybe Lukman would want to cash in on that S that was the goods hook, but instead he's retaining that S, and I think is hell bent on playing a bingo. We are seeing very fast plays from both players. Golf came down, and then RUIN from Cyril shutting down the bottom of the board.
Yes, and BOLNTES is the rack for Lookman. Still no playable bingos. To score, I could just do OBVS to the triple lane playing through the BV of golf. That scores 38, and I mean that would take him, closer to Cyril's score. I think it will put him 2 points ahead. Although Cyril has, the second blank of the game, so kind of an edge, just a little bit.
Yeah, this is a critical point in the game, and I'm sure the um, time trouble that Lukman might be experiencing would matter as we are into the end game. There is only one tile left in the bag, and from our POV, we can confirm that that is the eye. So with NOBLEST, one tile left in the bag. The scores are Cyril's 3-6 to Lukman's 3-2. It's the way the board is shaped. I'm sure Lukman would be looking to first make sure Cyril doesn't bingo, because he knows there is a high chance that Cyril would definitely end this game. So I think Lukman is not just worried about scoring, but also making sure Cyril doesn't have an out bingo.
Yes, because if he does, then that would be very devastating to see. I mean, just 4,000 left inside the bag. He plays three now. That would leave just one tile left in the bag after his draw.
Yeah, but I think the LEVS move from Lukman here is a slight miss. With the way the board is, it would be really difficult for Cyril to bingo out. But with LEVS played, OBVS was also possible in that same spot, which would have scored a lot more and almost guarantee a finishing from Lukman next turn. But let's see if Cyril can. He has more than enough time, and he knows, or he should know, what Lukman has. So it's up to him to find a winning sequence if there is any.
Wow, this has been such an interesting game, if you ask me. I mean, right from the start of the game up until now, it has been neck and neck, and this 3-2-6, 3-5-4. The scores are still pretty close.
Okay. Apologies for the slight issues there. We are into the end game, and right now there is only one winning sequence for Cyril. For him to win this game, he needs to spot the move ISLE here at the middle of the board, or the top of the board rather. Earlier, he would have to designate his blank as the S. And what this move would do for him is score 27 points and would still trail because the scores would be 353 to Lukman's 354. But the best thing about that move is it leaves DOH. And DOH would be able to finish here for um, about a couple of points 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 points. I would still need to properly assess the end game, but that seems to be a winning sequence for Cyril here, all things being equal. Right? It seems we've still lost coin solar there. We see ODAH is the move for Cyril. This would most likely not win the game. Off the top of my head, I can already see a reply of BITO here would do really well for Lukman. But with the time trouble, maybe Lukman would miss his winning sequence if ODAH is played here. Sorry
All
for
right, sorry
the
for the break in transmission there.
Yeah, welcome back, Coin Solar. Just taking a quick look at the analysis for the end game, and it's really, really difficult. We see Serials
Well, I
take
think according to
considering
the scores,
ODAH. Oh, sorry about cutting you short there. Please, you have the floor.
yes, I was just pointing out that according to the scores, Lukman seems to have this game. I mean, just like you said, playing BITO will definitely guarantee him the win as he's leading even after, this play.
Yeah, as I've mentioned earlier, any path to victory has to start with Serial Sporting ISLE leaving DOH. So we see Cyril taking back that move. He has a feeling that that can't be the winning sequence for him. Although I think this still needs a lot more analysis on my end to properly assess what the route to victory here is for either of the players.
But I must say that it has been such an amazing run, this past 3 days. We've seen quite a number of players, beautiful, world class players come on here. The likes of the current champion, Jima, Tachi Charles of Ghana, Lukman, who is on stream, Cyril, Joseph, and yes, it has been such an amazing time here at Scrabblemania 3.0. Um, yes, it's so wonderful to see amazing play from amazing players.
Yeah, that's true. Tachi Charles, the Ghanaian who won last year, is running into a bit of trouble in the tournament this year, and it's unlikely we'd be seeing him clinch any of the top two or top three spots. But still, Olabi Lukman here, the Vespa chairman, world number 8, is holding things down really, really well. And Cyril, the master player from Nigeria, is also doing pretty impressively. Both players competing right now for the cash prize for second place, $1,600 for the winner of this game, and it all boils down to this end game. We see the time running out for Cyril there with less than 3 minutes on the clock. As I've mentioned, he needs to spot the ISLE move. It scores really, really well, leaves DOH that can finish in 2 spots on the board, and looking at Lukman's rack, BOINT would not be able to finish on this turn. So looking at things, I'll come in here, he would still be trailing by 1, and Lukman would be forced to play maybe BITO here, which by the looks of it would score well, but a move like DOH atop here would outrun that, and at the end of the game, Cyril would win very marginally. And if that doesn't play out, I still has to come down here, and then there is the backup plan of DOH here or DOH here. So that has to be the sequence for Cyril here. Okay, the clock is ticking. Less than or about 1 minute left now for Cyril. He knows this move is very crucial, and he's not worried particularly about what Lukman plays. Is just trying to find where he can score the most on this board. We can even see him taking off his cap. The pressure is high. Cyril with less than a minute now. The seconds are ticking. Lukman patiently waiting. You can see him arranging BITO, still hoping to hook the corner of the board there. I've gotten confirmation that that has to be K for Kisia. So BITO would hook OKA here. And finally, Cyril is making his move. Less than 20 seconds now. DISH most likely is what is putting down there, but would this be enough? I can confirm that it won't, as long as Lukman can find his top choice. Oh my god. This move has been committed, and Lukman now has about over a minute to make his move. OBIT here would definitely win the game, and the OLE from Cyril unfortunately will not be enough. Wow, what an end game this has been. OBIT scored 21 points. ROLE scored 12 points, although there was 14 points up for grabs with OLE there. Quickly would switch to the overhead mic and see if we can catch any charts from both players.
That one
I what? No.
I Not them
Okay,
win.
Should
Fixing win.
you go win now.
You lose with one.
They still lose this one.
I don't see. Let's say, what will you play?
This.
No, if you still lose,
You will lose
no,
with one.
this
I don't
one,
know.
no,
What's
this
this?
one, H.
H.
No, H, yeah.
H. Okay, you lose.
I lose now.
Who will lose?
With this, I lose.
I don't see that.
Because I saw my tuner, I saw Bonsai,
Yeah, boy, match.
Bonsai, we match chair, you know. Move the
I don't see him. I don't see him. My
Ilé
time.
ìsìn máa ń ní wàhálà because ilé yìí school ni ó dẹ̀ lè ṣetán sí bíbá.
You can finish DH. I didn't see the ISO. I didn't see
No,
it.
because
I don't see say here dey.
That 27 will score. That 27 will win. I don't see him.
no, that one will win now.
I don't like all these screaming. They disturb me. Now, outside.
I don't even see this one. Say,
Ẹ lè rí nà ẹ fẹ́ kí ọwọ́ nílẹ̀ máa wù kọ́ bá yẹ máa ta fún tí rí bọ̀ǹsá ẹ̀ fún yín pé
Bonsai, Tuna,
And the Python like see.
Yeah, I know now, of course.
This something.
I don't hear. Don't you know what I say? Because I don't know.
You get the black that time no.
And I want to play.
Yeah, because
Tó bá ní kò ní ta ló kọ́ báyìí. Scrabble yà kò ní.
ọmọ wọn láti ká láta ilé ìlú. Wọn láti kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹ kí n tó ìgbà náà.
Ṣé o kì í yẹ kọ́
Tí bá ta kọ́ máa ti ká $1 sí ìgbà yìí ti pẹ́.
ṣetán?
$1 nígbà tí mo lọ ń ta good máa kọ́ ta.
We'll go through the score. We'll go through the score, please.
Okay, God. No worry.
All right, we've seen both players analyzing the game and other Scrabble players telling Cyril there that I'll had to be his move in that turn, and Cyril feeling pretty beat up about that miss, and even Lukman pointing out that Kron would have been a better choice instead of Kran. And it's really nice seeing Scrabble players gather around, analyzing the games and, telling each other what the moves should have been. We can see Cyril is not feeling too happy about this loss, knowing that he could have won this game. Is $1,600 worth of game. ISLE there was a four-letter word worth over $1,000. But this is Scrabble, and it happens. You make mistakes. The best thing is just to learn from it. With this game drawing to an end, I can confirm that Lukman Owolabi would be winning the second place prize for Scrabblemania 3.0. And as soon as the other games are done with, we'll have confirmation on the top 5 players in this tournament. It has been a weekend to remember. Scrabblemania 3.0 in Monrovia, Liberia has been a success so far. We've seen a lot of amazing gameplays here on stream. Jimo Abdulmumin still the winner for this year. Big congratulations to him. From myself, Excel Moyiwa, and the rest of the commentators, we say thank you so much for joining us throughout the weekend. It's been an amazing time with people in the chat and also a lot of Africans joining us here on the stream. Make sure you take care and peace out.
Five. Wow. I now played 5, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 60, you now play David. 38, 12, 13, 14, 38. You now play bingo 3, 4, 5, 6, 61. I think you are now 65, sir. Okay, 61. 2, 2, 7. And I'll play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 16. 2, 2. Now play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30. 5, 7. 38. 240.
This is what? 1632 plus this
34, 38.
38.
Then
I'll get QI.
11. 268. And I play crown, I think 2, 3, 32. 6, 7, 8, 24. And I play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6.
What is score?
Huh?
What is score?
Which one I score now? 32 now.
Yeah.
Crown now.
What did I give you?
Now 32 I give myself. I don't know what you give.
It will not be 32. Not that one you play first now. You not play first. You play this thing first. You play
What did that play?
play after 240.
38, 32.
Play 22.
I scored. Huh?
22 first.
Wait.
22 you play first. What if you're good?
Waiting, my good are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 19, 20, 23.
After that one, I play 23.
After, look at see my list.
But that 32 not be now. Wait, 32 you don't say play 32. See 32. Yeah, after 240, not be 32 you play.
Now 32 I play. See my score now.
What is 32? Yeah.
Now the crowd. After this one, I play 32.
I'll give you 22.
Eh?
Why give you 22?
No, now 32 I score. I don't play 22.
How's the next move? Okay.
23.
Okay, wait. 22, that's true.
272.
272. Okay.
I scored, what did he score? After my crown, what did he score? See?
What's coming in difference?
What's the score? What's the final score?
361, 375.
It's correct now. See?
Okay, the difference 20.
No, 14.
I'm slightly mistake for my score. I cannot still win now. Why do you just like to win?
Because I know they score. I know they score. I
You know, we drop this kind of score.
Like
No, because the amount of game. Eh?
I can't because you get 8 here and I don't go finish. Once you play that, but you don't drop your 8, I don't go finish.
Sarah, Sarah. I thought this place might just come to my head. Because that is.
I'm not seeing anything
You
there.
know that is the plan. If it was this, that's another crazy thing about the game. Because if it was this, you just see it easily like ISME, raw. You understand? The plan too to be nominating.
You now play B. 20. That's how you have to. Count this one.
So it is 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 plus 8, 22.
You don't win.
That's what I'm telling you now. That's the move. That's all.
You don't win. What you say I go play? If you play.
We never have a bow. Well, I am going here now. You like.
Okay, me only feel it.
I am going here now.
Come on, I should try.
I should come in like this.
No, be good. Apart from that place,
No, only she can
okay, for the
Yeah, now and DHO.
No, as in, yeah. So
I told you that this is serious.
369, 375. No, because 600.
No, I got $1,000. Am I live?
You are live.
No, because
Yes, well, I like the positioning. Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia.
So that's it.
Yeah.
Where
You don't bother about them. They were always going to be Malik plays too. You finished 17, he said. No, who won it now?
375, 361.
No. We need to have a meeting. All Liberians.
Listen, I don't have to pray.
This game won't kill me. That Kinga, I was playing Kinga. I was thinking something was telling me there's a word there. Kinga, I wasted my 5 minutes. I now drop the key. No. I'll play scaring now or something. So even with this white keyring, but the white I didn't try any chapel. Because I'm going to play get keys. Thank you, my man.
Well done. That's a game.
Thank you for saving my 1,000. It was living away. Thank you. Easy yourself.
No, I saved myself 600. So, you know, I said that game, man. Wait, see, they won't kill me for King of the Year. I just did.
And I swear, if I had won that second one, the third one would have been so easy. I would just pick another one, right?
Oh boy. This game wants to do something. Narrowly.
Was it Wednesday or 11?
Narrowly. Okay, I know. I know. Say you don't see the battle like when they do like, and you now run out of, now wait under pressure. Because at this move, now it's safely. At this move. Because if I don't bingo, if I don't do this one, I don't go. You yourself will come play there. If I don't play this move, I don't go. I was doubting that left takes sense, but I just said there was no.
not get at the block board now. If I get
You
him,
not get. I didn't have the plan.
if I play race, I open E again, float everything.
Yeah.
I don't have to seal up this place. Give her only the chance of this age.
You
Then I'll
know,
come back later to just take care of this place.
fear of the unknown. But me, I didn't see the plan. You
Maybe I
know,
can even just chop my head here. Just drop here.
sir, I don't get business here.
This
I don't
place,
get business.
this place, you understand?
Sir is plenty.
There this one. 36.
Sir
Just
is
stop here
plenty
first.
now.
It's 36. That one was I don't have to take care of the God. Black never come. You understand?
Black never come, you know. And you dey lead. Because you dey lead. Okay, that's true, sir. That's very true. But that maybe that's why it's supposed to just take chance. You know, because even if I get the blind, if I know bingo, I go still outrun. Even if I know, even if I get the blind, I don't need to bingo. Now then, why that one at 5 now? Now yeah, you lose.
Why I not go play him to this man?
Why you go play?
Why I not go play him? Maybe I from down here like this.
But you dey block. You don't go
And I
open
block and
again.
the block. I need
You
to
don't
block.
go dey play.
I need to block. I didn't see the blank. Don't say maybe don't go get the blank.
No, you can't play that one. Na God, oh. Eh? Na God.
I also to get from back.
Na God. You try. Now I even commend you. Say you try.
Okay. Oh, you did well. In fact, no, did you read it?
So you're gonna finish 4th now.
Come on.
I fought don't show before.
This is one.
Yeah. Sorry? Kini?
700, 800.
Omo, na 1,000 you win so. 1,050.
That's the end game.
That's the end game.
By tonal
By
my mind now was a situation I blocked by tonal out. Just get
because anything where you're supposed to say I'm shop for you.
go finish now. That's the thing. That's how to remove there. By tonal.
Where you play the left and then left. So if you are
I'm
done
going
that.
to pick this one inside.
Oh,
So I now had my toner.
okay, this was.
So it was I had this noblesse.
Put here will be
Noblesse.
Noblesse is what I have. Noblesse is what I have.
But did you play the Python?
No, you
I have to stop him from playing the Baytona. So the Baytona, you finish and win the Baytona. So in the effort to do that, I was thinking this should have won me the game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the likely case.
I didn't see it.
you go.
Congratulations.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Okay, you didn't have the eye.
I didn't have the eye. Just played left.
I just score plenty.
I
Just got it, but you were not there before, Nashebi.
Me, I wasn't even
You know
sure.
what I mean?
Because
Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah,
I was
yeah.
doubting.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
doubting.
now I
but,
play this room here now.
You know, there was no other way I could play against.
As many want to get black for us.
There was no other way I could play.
Yeah.
But this one, yeah, there was no other way.
The S was still at large. There was no way I would leave this place. S was at large, black was at large. Easy big. So I just removed it. Was then I was still leading small. I was leading with like 16 or 17. This move. Then you just go. Then you just chop this to the bit. Now I now pick Bions. I now saw Pythona for him.
You see, that is one thing I hate about blocking games. You block and then he chops big and you are.
Yes, if I pick any score other than this score,
Yeah.
any other score.
Maybe you should just have taken the gamble. Maybe
Even if I come like this, I will still win. This is 12. Instead of that,
instead of that 5,
7. What was our difference?
14.
14.
No, you will go still.
No, I'm not going to lose. You know why? This place will be turned to you now. I'm not going to pick black. Everything.
that's-
This place will be like this now.
I'll just play Bions then.
Yeah,
No, I
you
won't
might-
play left.
You're not going to play left this left.
So you might lose.
You not go play left. You come something there.
He had no
Now
place.
close, now
No
no
place.
place in my hand.
So these are the things he's not seeing. So it will really worry him.
You know, go fit take the risk of leaving this place. You not go play left.
Especially with and this.
So for winner, so for winner. Because you go come now, you think of all the stuff with the outside.
Yeah.
Sorry. No problem. No.
So,
That's how my fourth battle. I'm not going with any cup.
I have from my big cup to steal the cup from you.
And you had time. You had time. Yeah, but before the time drop, you get enough. Small. Sorry, but you don't finish now. Oh, you do this one too.
Unplug the camera down first.
Look
From corner.
like this. Plug it from
I was checking for the white card. She has gone. I'm sure she has gone. She has gone with
She has coming tomorrow. Your sister.
Not to use the guy my apple.
Yeah.
This is blue. It's not blue, it's double sided tape. And the title is Electric and
Who won leggy? Who won leggy? Before. So everything that Kali has, you have won his life now. So you want to win his life now. I'm not taking everything away from him. What's wrong with you?
okay, it's really true. I don't need trophies again. I don't need trophies again. I need $1,000. What am I doing with trophies?
Five Lego for the whole kidney, the whole success. Nelson, this is yours, are you?
Yes.
Sir?
Which one?
Yeah, you much.
I just say you want this. You want to stop on that.
No, no, no.
Okay, let me do my presentation. Okay, you need this slide.
We need to do it like this. Make it focus on
Okay, no worry, no worry.
Charlie, Dixie, look at the trophies going on. Yeah. Next year. In fact, now, African Championship is coming here next year. Yes, Scrabblemania will be running it side by side. Look at it very well. I don't think you are coming to touch any trophy here. And Malik said, where is Malik? He will win, he will win. He will win. Malik is coming. He said this guy should look around and he's not winning anything here. No. Yeah,
And I'm going to win next year.
don't worry. I don't know you for a man that they win.
Just like my thing is I'm more than enough.
You lie. Very good. Wendy. Banana, you should go to sales now, China, and stop following me. When yeah. Go and leave. Why?
Gentlemen, just a few minutes. That how you return the last of the check.
Wally? You can collect my trophy and show it. I don't have to. So you take the trophy. You know what you do for me? You can give it to me. Come. We have to do camera work. I don't have space there. My room is so beautiful. That's why I'm sending you to China.
Thing is just checky, checky, checky. Okay.
Hello. Hi. Good thing is we're not expecting anyone, so I think we can just continue with this brief ceremony.
Almost 3 minutes.
First again, welcome all the guys. Scrabblemania, also to our foreign guests. Welcome. This is just the presentation ceremony is not a very informal program, hoping that in the coming years we have something more elaborate, for the event. So we'll just do a few things quickly. Okay, so we'll have, where is Aki?
Yeah.
They will have the announcement of the winners, the seven winners. Yeah, all right.
You don't want to start from
See, still here you can capture them.
We'll just leave the winners first.
Robert, if he goes to the other side, you stay here. What do you think? One move to that side. Then make it come. Yes, when I did there. Then go see. Video them from that side so that this place will show. Video them from that side. So stay between that line. That passage, stay between that passage and video it to this side. Yeah, yes. Stay that side. Listen.
Okay, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's evening. Oh, it's evening, sorry. Let's go. I say you won't carry salary. The salary don't expire here. It doesn't. Good evening, there are no ladies here. Good evening, gentlemen. It's been 3 days of working on the board, fraternizing with ourselves,
enjoying lovely evening sessions. I know my evening session gangs. But the beauty of the event is we're always seeing ourselves annually and expressing love, strengthening the bonds amongst us as brothers, and we can still achieve more in togetherness. So I want everybody to give yourself a round of applause for being here and doing wonderful. And I pray to God to give us good life, good health, and more money so that we can keep supporting projects like this in one little way or the other that we can. Because, like I said last year, Scrabble events are majorly championed by Scrabble players. Even in Nigeria, we don't really have a breakthrough of major sponsors like that. It is people who love the game that pump in a lot of money from their pocket or their company. So I just pray that God grants us all the goodness that we want so that we can really push this game where it should be. There are discussion of putting it in an Olympic um, standard and the likes of huh? Yeah, the likes of Commonwealth. There are so many challenges, but these are the terrains that we can navigate, in our own little ways, and that we can keep supporting, then give the program a beautiful image. Because if we don't project what we are doing here, if you just look as if we are just sitting down in one corner in Cinco, and the world doesn't know what we're doing. So I like the fact that this year, please give a round of applause for Team Scrabblemania for bringing the streaming. This is the first time it's going to be make a check online. People are following, they are looking forward to the next game. They are seeing good players from Liberia too, because that's how we protect ourselves. Once somebody watches your game, then they meet you outside the next time. They say, oh, you're the guy that did this, that did that. So those are the beauties about doing this. So, but I would like us to look forward and look ahead to a bigger one. The projection I have for Scrabblemania, I was thinking we're going to be having like 100 players. I know, but because of restriction movement and all that from other places, I would like it to be like maybe a big jamboree that people can come for. If it's going to be a 5-day tournament, then I know that the people from the Western world, they like to plan their moves and come for stuff like that. So my advice is, we should just keep working in synergy. Thank goodness, the Western president is a Liberian, Nigerian, oh sorry, Ireland, oh sorry. it's just everything. Then thank goodness the Panasa president is a Nigerian, is an Irish person too. So then, but the good thing is you can see the synergy now from the top to the continent, and here we're having everything together. So we can all work together, merge and create beautiful moments and lovely tournaments. So don't let me bore you with too many stories. I'll quickly go to the 7th position.
Please remember myself.
No camera yet. Whoa. Yeah, just that one. We are done with this.
Okay, so I'll quickly do a rundown of the prize monies. And this year we are going to share six prizes. Yes, 7 prizes. So I'll start from the 7th position. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Jonathan Wesley. He finished the 7th position. He's getting 420. Please come outside. Please come outside. He's getting. Yeah, I know. It's going to get a handshake. The financial president is there. They're going to get the president.
You're going to get a handshake.
No, the handshake is going to give you $25. Anybody that will pay commission. So please kindly do us the honor of giving them a handshake. We're going to take your details.
Yeah, I'll give you some.
You are too far. You are too far. Get close. Come closer.
Thank you very much. It goes on with 225.
What that is not dollar, but you wanted to collect and take it.
Sixth position. Please give it up to the Almighty. This guy played Almighty for me. 110. Mr. Joe Henry. Almighty.
You know that you are not the girl. You guess what? He beat me twice. I don't want to take it. He beat me twice. I don't want to take it.
So in fifth position, I don't know if I'm going to give the prize to the husband. If the husband is here, he wants to take the prize for your husband.
Oh, let it happen.
Let the husband. No. You can't do that. You should organize your house now. Organize your house now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for one of the finest players in Liberia, the one and only Mr. Mali Sherry. Goes on with $400 US.
You're a strong player.
I'm so disappointed with some of my friends in Liberia
And the fourth position, please give it up for the captain of Team Nigeria that conquered the world. And he's one of the finest players on the continent. Give it up for Master Cyril. Fourth position goes over the final Congratulations. And Mr. Lester will do us the honor of presenting. So if you remember this time last month, Mr. Cyril was in Ghana. He won $782,000 US from Sika. You want the money now? Are you not the one that won Sika? Okay, don't worry. We'll talk about that. It's not really that for that. So we'll quickly have a remark and we'll have to pause the press 3. So I'd like to leave the floor for the executive president of the National Association of Scrabble of Liberia, right? NASA. Okay, Master. Enjoyment minister, right? Fellow enjoyment minister. Mr. Lester, you have the floor.
Yeah, I told you what's this. Forget from enjoyment.
I think it's looking greener now. It's looking greener.
Please, please take it easy. I don't want to say to where I'm refusing to right next year. They'll take out the counter. I don't want him to refuse to write next year. So we'll take, before we go into giving out the prizes, we'll take few remarks. But if you notice, we had to get these trophies. We posted in Travel Africa sometime in November, a real giant size trophy. So there were 3 of those trophies. In fact, these 3 can actually go in one of them, we'll go in the smaller one. Wow. Unfortunately, till date, we haven't received the package from Nigeria yet. The agent who shipped the things can't locate them. So we're still hopeful of getting them. And once we do, I will see to it that the trophy reach the winners. And look, anything about the trophy will reach Nigeria, we'll pick up from there. I'm not saying this to Harry.
Is the agent living in Nigeria?
Yes.
Because it's address,
Of course I will.
yeah.
Yeah, so that is that.
we'll have few remarks. We'll have remarks from the chairman of the Scrabble Association. In person.
Thank you very much, everyone.
The other side, the other side.
Yes, let me say once again, thank you very much for the fantastic time we've been having, especially to the host, because by 8 and 6, when I go, I'll report to my doctor that I ate some food that he has created. But however, I had given my best, and I hope that next year and on, we shall be able to in this department. God bless you.
Thank you. Next, we will have a representative from the National Scrabble Association of Liberia. So my one official, please.
All
So for and on behalf of the Scrabble playing body in Liberia, we want to appreciate our brothers that came from Nigeria, Ghana, and Sierra Leone. It was a nice time hobnobbing with you guys. We hope we can have more of this kind of movement. Maybe next time we'll prepare better. We wanted to finish in the 5-3. Like before. We wanted to finish in the 5-3. Unfortunately for us, our brothers from Nigeria, they stole the show. But it is something good. It's lesson learned. We hope next time we'll play better, provided we do better preparation. We also want to say thank you to our president, Mr. Lester Morris, for organizing most of his personal resources in this event. We want to say thank you to those of us who didn't make it. Scrabble is a pro game. At the time you want to win, you can't win. You can't win. Ask my brother, Joseph again. So we say we appreciate the time we have after Nazi to each other. Next time, it will be big up. Thank you. Shout out to everyone. Shout out. Let's go.
You know, I let my secretary to know. Honestly, last time we come out, and the best end for us. Yeah. No, you get so next we'll have Panasa one.
Just a few words. You missed out on the congratulations. Hakim finished 13th last year. This year he finished 14th. Next year, it's been fantastic, being with you guys. The food has been very, very good as well. Food, there's drinks, there's water. Oh, man, you guys have done so well. It's pretty much the best tournaments I've been to this year that I've played at. Not minding that I've only played maybe about 3 or 4. But it's been fantastic. You guys have put in a big show. Even the social events in the evening. Like yesterday, I have an alarm in my house. On it, the provider is ADT. And I was told that ADT means anything. I know what that means. Thanks to, I think it was Herbs that told me the meaning. And look, we had fun here. It's been fantastic. I'll always come to Scrabblemania from now onwards. I'm not going to give next year, whatever your plans are, I know you have big plans on moving it about or even having 12 tournaments or anything. If you get us involved, if you're going to come to Lagos and you're going to have another one here, we'll give you the numbers you want easily, whether it's here, whether it's Lagos, whether it's boats. Because this is a tournament that really needs to be pushed out there. You're doing something very, very fun here in Liberia. I'm sure I'm going to be back here before the African Scrabble Championship, which you host. And I know you're already doing a lot of work in terms of it. I'm actually the one slowing you down at the pace Liberia is going with their preparation. We've seen the venue, we've already been there. So I mean, it's all good stories coming out of here, and we'll always be a part of it. Anytime you call on to us, get your participation, whatever support, whatever it is, you're doing a fantastic job. Everyone's doing a fantastic job. Don't worry about the results. It's Nigeria, Ghana, Nigeria. Next time around, just find somebody better than. Now, I mean, it will also help you improve the quality of play and all of that. I mean, you guys have done a fantastic job. Thank you very much for having us. I've absolutely enjoyed myself. We're here till Tuesday, so we want to still enjoy more of Liberia before we go. So as many as possible want to hang out. As many as possible want to hang out. Please, we're more than happy to oblige and go out with you. We're going to use Liberia together. And it is only in Liberia for the first time. It's not the first time. I was there in June. In Lagos, when you order beer, only one bottle comes or two bottles. Yeah, it's 10 at a time. Or maybe it's only when you sit with Abraham Colley and just stand there like, God, those guys give a fantastic host. Thank you very much for having us.
Interestingly, last night, people practically asked for me. The intent was to do the 10 at least 3 or 4 times, but then Abraham started crying, working on a retirement. So next we'll have the newly installed West Park chairman, who sits on the World English Travel Players Association as chairman representing Liberia. I always get to add that.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, guys. Like I said on the video, this is my first time in Liberia. Like I said, you guys are doing a fantastic job. I see some good players, coming off the likes of AJ and Jonathan. I know some of the Liberian players are easy, like this man here. It should be doing better. The thing is this, there's no magic about Scrabble. You have to put in the work. You have to study. You have to, play the best players, even among yourself. To improve. Otherwise, it doesn't really. I urge everyone to kind of try to put. I know we are all busy. It's work, another stuff, but find time. And also, I want to encourage the staff association in Liberia to at least go into schools, and promote this game in schools, in private schools, secondary schools. I don't know what you guys use there, but it's very important. The students catch them. So you need to try and get Scrabble into schools in Liberia. That's how we can bring champions in this game. And that's what we have done very well in Nigeria. That's what has worked very well in students in Nigeria. I'm hopefully going to be coming back next year, and I'll try to be at every event in Scrabblemania. Next time has been fantastic. The executive of the Liberian Scrabble Association has also, done a great job. I mean, like I was saying the other time, Liberia only started playing CSW in 2018. And if you look around the African continent, you guys are actually taking some, old Scrabble companies in the continent. So that's a testament that you're doing a very good job, and you should keep it up. So I will thank personally. I will thank Lester. It's been very different. It's been supportive over the years, and coming to Liberia, and making new friends. Among the guys, Corey drove me to my apartment yesterday. They were trying to force me to drink. Too many beers.
After that,
it's been good. It's been good. Thank you very much, and I'll be back here.
We'll tell you a few things before we do the presentation. Normally after presentation, especially of the awards, they can be picture taking. We will not have the time to say a lot. So first thing is for foreign players who won prizes, you will receive the cash prize before you leave. So I will be leaving tomorrow. So you receive the cash prize before you leave. The second, first also receive their prizes before you leave. I know your flight time is supposed to be early Tuesday morning. So I'm sure before the end of tomorrow, everybody will receive their cash prize. For local players, before the end of the week, you'll pick up a check from the office as usual, like the last time. I will give you the specific date. You'll pick up a check. So, besides that, we've decided, Scrabblemania, that going forward, we want to hold 2 events yearly. One will always be in Liberia, and one will be outside Liberia. Doing all things constant, I will continue this with my partner. I came here because we don't play Scrabble. So we'll try to do the pilot project in Nigeria next year, hopefully. And one thing I can promise: the prices for Scrabblemania will never go low. If there's a way, if there's a need, or if there's any possibility that the price will be low, it means we'll not go even, because you can't go back and it can't remain the same. So every year that we go Scrabblemania, the price pool will increase. So we'll not stay. I remember the last Scrabblemania at Boulevard Palace, I made a promise to Scrabble players in Liberia that eventually Monrovia will be the destination for Scrabble in Africa. And I'm still holding on to that promise. That, for now, we keep having 4 countries. I'm sure next year and the ensuing years we'll have more countries representing in Scrabblemania. Then I don't want to forget, because it keeps slipping. There should be the Causeway tournament in Thailand next year. So there's possibility for 2 persons from Liberia to attend, provided if you can make a commitment to pay back, something like a loan in 12 months. 12 months. I don't know if you can pay back in 12 months, I'll give Movement the chance to explain it properly. But we need 2 players that will have the time that can do the time to participate in the costly event. I'm hoping that we can have those 2 players. The good thing about it is that some way, once we can have representatives, some way we'll try to help. We'll not leave the entire burden on you to pay back. So once you are available, if you come up with something, some kind of we will try to add piece to make sure that Igbo is also represented in the nation.
Yeah, so let's start. I just
Yeah, please.
So, I've been working with the I don't know if let's
Try.
Yeah, so we've been working together and defining the future of the platform. With, the plan is to have 1 to 500 players. So he has wants every African country to represent in that. So I've been telling you that Africans will very right? And it's not easy for people to travel from Africa to come. So he has made an offer that the registration and the accommodation combined will be $500. Normally it's more, but he's spending it at $500. Then you add your ticket to that. You want to buy the ticket, then you add it to that, and he's going to pay for your ticket, he's going to pay for your accommodation and your registration. Then you can now pay back whatever the amount is over 12 months. So I think that's a fantastic offer. So I've been talking to these investors to try and get maybe 2-4 Nigerian players. 2 players can take up the offer. 4 players can take up the offer. 2 players will be sharing the group. So either 2 or 4. So I mean, it's been on my back, but he knows I'm in Nigeria. He wants to how many people coming from Nigeria. But it's good that taking my country. It's a very good opportunity for Nigerian players to actually get the exposure that comes with international scouting. I know a few people there in Nigeria. It's not when you play locally, it's a totally different ballgame entirely when you get to play international. So don't just be a local champion and try and play at international tournaments and make friends worldwide, improve your game. I mean, this offer is coming very like you don't have to do anything, you have to commit. So pay the money, everything you want or something. Whatever works for you, I'm sure you have the time to do to work something out. So I'm urging you Nigerian players to take up the opportunity and try and expose, get exposure to international work.
After here, if you have interest, please reach out to me. Yeah. And you have to, so you get the key word is a commitment. Because it's almost like the association is standing for you in a way. Because if you don't pay that money, it means it falls on us to pay it, so you have to be committed to it. Okay. Thank you, sir. So if once you have interest, please, right after here, just be with me, check your name. So it's either 2, 4, 6 persons. It has to be in there. It can be 1 person, for the cost of the communication. So having said that, let's move now to giving our consider the trophies in one trophy. Before we do that, I want to take appreciation to the management of the hotel. Ask somebody to be here today, but they're not here. They were one of the sponsors of this event. They tried to hold you a lot here. They assisted us in so many ways. We are very appreciative of them. We also want to extend thanks and appreciation to our chief sponsor, in person of Speaker Richard Nangwe, who swooping at the right time and saved the day. We're happy for the effort. And everybody else who helped in one way or the other, traffic, Nelson, who flew from Nigeria. The thing about Nelson is the fact that we're not paying Nelson for doing this. We're only trying to get chairs, so please a round of applause. Eventually, our intention is to try to have a set of this and see whether we can train people in that direction. So every small day tournament we do, we try to put it up. I notice when people play under the lights, they will try hard not to make mistakes because they know that people can do one game. Only one game I saw in Ghana, somebody play under the light. What were they playing? Sometimes I go over there, deep. No. What were you playing? I don't have a reference. Oh, deep and late. So if I did only point, but some point, my man don't have to do right. Yeah, but I noticed that playing under the camera, it will help a lot because if we start playing more games that will be live on YouTube, I'm sure we want to avoid the banters and the rest. Travel Africa, if you're not strong, you can't be there. Sure. And once your games are being shown there, people will try to improve a bit. So we'll try as hard as possible by or before the end of this year. At least we try to have our own training set. Also want to send special thanks to Traffic for being here and helping. Also Danomai, who is not here, but did his best in managing our tournament out of Nigeria. We appreciate him. Hi there. Jeff fell sick today, so he couldn't be here. We also appreciate what he did. So in closing, we'll call Hakim back to call our top 3 winners, and we'll do that one at a time. So the third place prize will be given by the President Emeritus of the National Travel Association, President of Over AM Soiree, Councillor, I told you which one. Yeah, I don't remember still those things making. Please come on, thank you.
The third position.
So the thing about it is that so the second place will be given by Chairman Ashton, and the first place we'll find somebody for the first place will get there. Let me say look, but they're coincident. We'll go on assassin here. Let's go. So quickly, I think Corina had a play because he noticed that Tashi since Lekki, Tashi did the Lekki team so much until they brought Jimo. And Jimo, it seems that Jimo is following Tashi everywhere that he's holding a title. I mean, this is not, it's not right. You have to.
That's what Tashi meant. We've been everything now. So ladies and gentlemen, the top prize is going to one of the finest players from the continent. Nigeria. Sorry. So it's going to one of the finest players on the continent, a serial winner, a former Lekki landlord, a former Cinco landlord. They are losing all your property. One of the strongest players we have on the continent, a jolly good fellow. Please give it up for the one and only Mr. Dixie Taki. He's also with a cool cash prize of 1,000 USD and a lovely trophy.
He said you like 1,000. He said you like 1,000.
He doesn't want the trophy.
No, you like 1,000.
I'm giving it to them. Well.
He said you like 1,000. He said he like 1,000. Just 1,000. Get closer, get closer. Anthony, get closer.
Now, 1,000 my people, not 10.
She said you have 1,000.
Let me confirm if it's 1,000 or 10,000. Okay, it's 1,000. If it was 10,000, I wouldn't have taken it. I guess 1,000.
Gentlemen, exactly. The wedding rate is 10,000.
Yeah, but maybe you have mistake. It's 1,000. It's 1,000.
One of the finest players in the world. The SA winner, senior winner, South Africa winner. But I don't know. Did you win in Nigeria? Okay, no, before you left Nigeria. But since he came back, all this yeah. So and he's currently the Ireland #1. And ladies and gentlemen, please give it a resounding round of applause to the world #8, no other than the president of Westpac, Mr. Lukman Owolabi. He goes up with 1,600 USD.
Continue to wait.
Because I said I was coming to win in Liberia. Last year Akim came, who else came last year? Akim came last year, Big C came, and I said, okay, if these were the people that came to play last year, I was coming to win. They now went and just to come and stop me from winning. Because when I heard that CY was coming, Akim was coming, Koye was coming, I said it was in the map. So they now planned the crew and
this is the moment we've been waiting for. The honor of presenting the grand prize. Mr. Lukman, okay, you have to come back. No, you have to come again. To do us the honor of presenting the grand prize, we're going to be calling
that's why they gave me 4-0. They gave me 4-0 this government. How am I supposed to be presenting?
As the financial president and the Westpac president will be doing us the honor of doing the presentation. Let me quickly run through the profile of Mumin for this year. This year alone, Mumin is the winner of the Bubbles Invitational Scrabble Tournament held in Nigeria. It's a tournament organized by the Westpac president. It's an invitational tournament. And again, Mumin won the Building Scrabble Pro Scrabble Tournament in Nigeria. That's the BSB tournament. And again, Mumin won the Lekki Scrabble tournament in Nigeria as well, 2025.
Mumin is currently the world number 7, finishing good in West Park in Ghana. And Mumin is also a gold medalist at the National Sport Festival this year as well.
You have to witness it. If I Then the last one we won before we got here was the Lagos Unified Scrabble Meet. It's a new tournament and it's organized by Mr. Olumide Oyejide in Nigeria as well. So in 2025, we can categorically say in Nigeria that it was designed for me. Next year, it might be another person, but right now, the main is very much. So congratulations to me. And to crown it all, Mumin is winning his first international tournament, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for one of the finest players. So, Taki is coming to you to give you the keys of all the streets of the shop and the houses, just like he handed over to you in Lekki, Abi. Yeah. So he's going to give you all the hotel accommodation. Yes, private property, everything. So after the presentation, congratulations to me.
Come on, you play this tournament.
Okay, upright winners, my trophy is more beautiful than all the rest. I just encourage myself. Remember, girls, switch and even by time is the biggest. So, Anthony.
Hello, audience.
We're going to be rounding up the session with the closing Hello. You can check it. So we're going to be having a very short closing prayer. Then we can proceed to Liberia, right? Yeah. To start out. So, Pastor Abraham. Yes, come on, Why are you being checked? Who was processing to pray? No, let's talk about
Father will take you for
No, let's not cannot pray. No, let's not cannot pray. Let's not pray. Let's not pray only. Oh my God. Anyway, guys, God bless everyone. Good. Thank you very much.
Let me cut.
Why you